Great evening and welcome to my late chat show, Love and Relationships. So, tonight we have joined, or will be joined, by Dilara Tidek and Eklok very soon. So, I thought I'd jump on now and just open up the show whilst they prepare and come on very soon. So, as a reminder for those that have any questions you want to ask, feel free to drop it in the comments, or you could drop it in the form if you don't feel comfortable sharing it with everyone else. So I will get the form on. Hey Dilara.
Hey Jono.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Awesome, thanks. I'm gonna just turn off this music. Okay. Oh, good. How are you, sis?
Good. I'm okay, thank you, bro.
Everything okay over that side? Sounds a bit scary.
Yeah, it's really sad here. Like, it's just very, very sad what has been happening, but it is what it is. So no, it's like it's a trauma for a lot of people as well, because we had a really big earthquake, like literally massive one, 1999 in Istanbul. It was like very destructive. So for a lot of people, that it just triggered that trauma. Where we are, like, I felt it, but comparing to, for a proper earthquake, I feel like that was nothing. But I was out and people just literally freak out because of that. It just brought up people's traumas, you know what I mean? There's nothing to be scared. So she wasn't actually scared of the earthquake, but she didn't even feel it. We just told her, like, yeah, it happened. And she just almost like went to this panic attack. And I was like, oh, it's just so sad.
It just brings up so much stuff for people, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's already tough enough fighting a global pandemic.
Oh my God, exactly. Because
let alone an earthquake and another disaster in the country. It's the last thing you want to be fighting against.
Exactly, because we called somebody we know, like one of my our family friend, basically. He's exactly living in that area, like where it happened.
Oh, no.
And he goes like, this is exactly like in the horror movies, there's a pandemic, there's virus in the same time, like you can't be in any house because of an earthquake, but you can't be outside because of the pandemic. It's like there's car queues, like 4.5 hours, because everybody.
But then you also got the dilemma of like people trying to save people despite the rules and regulations that's been put in place, right?
Yeah, and that's what like he was saying, that there's a traffic for as long as for about 4.5 hours. But now they're making literally on TV, every single TV making an announcement. One, like, don't be on the road, like don't go anywhere. Basically, almost like go back to your house. And the other one is that, John, are you there? Can you hear me? Jono. Jono?
Oh, well, I'm back. Sorry, I think my internet's playing up.
That's okay. I was like, oh my God, like, am I on my own now?
Great evening, Kirsty. How are you feeling? I hope you're doing okay.
Hi,
I know you're going through something tough.
What happened?
Kirsty's going through some tough times, so.
Oh, okay.
George, great evening, George. I'm back now, Kirsty. My internet's just said, oh, the internet's a bit slow, so then we decided to fade you off. Where's Ick? He is. We'll be joining you in a bit, testing a new setup. Okay.
What kind of setup? I'm really curious now.
Is
Something
maybe his beard look again. Quarantine look.
Yeah. Hopefully, like he's not just becoming like super kinky suddenly. I wouldn't know how to deal with that. Jono, what's going on with your internet? You froze again. Oh dear. George, I'm still sat on a public charger waiting. You're back.
Oh my gosh, my internet's been bad today.
What's going on, man?
I have no idea. Maybe I should quickly sort my internet out. I'm gonna have to leave you in the room by yourself, sis.
Oh, come on.
All right, I'll wait for Ick to come on, so you're not alone.
Okay. Okay, George says I'm still sat on a public charger. What does that mean, public charger? You sit
Waiting
on...
for my car to be charged.
Oh, okay.
He's got an electric car.
Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense. Kesha says, I'm okay, just train more than anything. Thanks, though. I'm glad you guys are doing all right. And George says, that's good pose, Jonah.
That's when I froze, isn't it? What is Ick playing at? He's sending me messages.
Is he?
On Messenger and then WhatsApp.
Why is he sending you messages? Why can't he join?
Okay, yeah. Any questions, feel free to drop them in below. Have you got an evening guest? If not, you want to join. Okay, yeah, you could join, George. I mean, if we haven't got any specific guest. Oh, there he is. Oh, look, here's his setup. Here he is.
Woo! Look at that. You have a
you need to
background.
zoom your camera in, bro. That's still your room, we can tell.
You like?
You need to zoom that to fit the frame. That's the whole point of the backdrop, right?
Yeah. I like it.
He's trying. He'll get there. He'll get there.
I'll get there. That's good enough.
It's going to be like right behind him. He's not going to be able to leave the seat.
I know.
It's going to collapse. It's going to collapse.
So I'm doing it from my laptop. That's why. It's funny. It's funny. I literally just got this from my auntie because I remember I was using this before for when I was yeah. It's not gonna work.
Kirsty, I'm going to spend the whole night watching it if it fall down.
Yes, we should start a bet.
Yeah, if it falls down.
This will be good enough.
Is your mic a bit faint, or is it me?
You tell me, because I actually got my professional mic here.
Use your special mic instead, bro.
Because
this one sounds very faint. It's like it's running out of batteries.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Whilst you sort out your setup, I'm gonna just quickly reset my IP router. Be right back.
Bro, it's you and me now. I have the exact microphone, by the way.
The podcaster.
Yeah, I have the exact. Yeah.
Nice.
I haven't used it yet though, so.
It's good stuff. Trust me.
Yeah, George says you sound like you're on a 1980s dial phone. He's actually right. That's what you sound like, bro.
Okay, how about now?
It's getting better.
Testing.
It's much better.
Testing.
Yeah, that's better now.
Hello.
Hello.
Now we look more professional, eh?
Oh yeah. I don't, but you are, which is a good thing.
Okay.
George will be joining us tonight.
George, lovely to have you, bro. I can see the comments. Yes, it's much better. I'm doing it from my laptop.
Kirsty is cracking me up. Your microphone is a bit quiet and muddy, to be honest with you. And then she goes like, he upgraded from dial-up to podcast. Yeah. And the background is
Yes, you're absolutely right, Kirsty. I have upgraded from
I'm
dial-up
back.
to now podcast worthy. You know, is this better for you in sound quality wise, bro?
Oh, that's much better.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Microphone right here.
That's much better than my ears.
much better, much
Okay.
better.
You know, the
Good.
sound quality makes so much of a difference
It
Yeah.
does, doesn't it?
on these mics. I've been listening, like, even on Toastmaster Zoom calls and meetings, when people are just using their like headphones. It's like, oh, it's so bad. All right, what's going on in the chat today?
Okay, Kirsty started with 20 minutes before the background ick.
Before it flops. Well, it depends how much ick moves, right?
It's actually not too bad now. I can actually move. I can swing my chair.
Yeah, but it's not actually fitted screen wise. It's still showing side of your room,
It's all right. You won't know what's in there.
side of your table. Right. Let's see. Questions. Any questions tonight? I think that I remember we saved one from last time.
Yeah, that was whose question was that? Was that
It was literally the last one before we kind of dropped off.
yeah.
And we kind of said we bank it for this time.
Oh, you guys are funny. Let's see.
All right. Questions form. Let's see. What was that question? Everything in business and relationships have nuances. A perfect outcome for relationships and business is the art of getting your percentages right.
That's funny.
How much percentage do you or your relationship require of time together? Submissive, aggressive, feminine, manly, etc.
Is that one question?
That is one question.
Was it from last week?
Yeah, it's from last week.
I thought the question was different, but maybe I don't remember. Can you repeat that question again, Jono? That's I'm
Let
not.
me I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, because I'm not very clear.
No, I'm not very clear too. Despite reading it already. I can swing my chair with dangerous words next to a flimsy background.
Kirsty is just like hilarious tonight.
Kirsty's on the roll.
She's cracking me up.
Destroying.
Maybe she's got a bottle of red rock wine next to her, just like we do.
Rock wine.
Oh, rock wine.
Rock wine, is it?
It's like a rock
New
wine.
wine.
What kind of wine is that? Rock wine and red wine mix. Oh, wow, that would be dangerous.
You can tell he's already drunk.
I haven't even started yet. I'm wondering if I should open this today.
Michael.
Go for it. Why not?
Yeah, why not? Where's yours, sis? Are you drinking?
I did a little bit, and then I felt sleepy, and then I just stopped. You know how I'm like. I'm really lightweight. I have it with me, but I don't know. Like it's just.
It's a sipping night.
Yeah, I'm boring. You know, when it comes to alcohol, especially lately. So.
Yeah, me
Not
too.
boring. The last time I remembered when you joined my birthday party that night, you were fun. Headloads of, you were headloads of fun. anyone hear Dilara say she's boring? It's not true, okay? It's not true.
But that was, I guess I don't know, it was different. Like, I was like, okay, I'm drinking a glass. Almost 2 bottles after, everybody was just like flat out. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, and you're still standing, right? Everyone were gone, including me. You were still standing. I was like, did she drink?
You were so out of it. It was hilarious.
Oh gosh.
I guess I'm still reading that question. Jono, I don't think this is the question, because this is not a question. There was one question. I can't remember that.
No, this is the question. Is how much percentage do you or your relationship require of time together?
Kirsty, I'm loving you already. You have such a great sense of humor. You can definitely join us next time live, like physically live, with a bottle of red wine.
Questionable background. What's
the worst that can happen, right? I'm just gonna try and pop this open without trying to make anything else drop.
Open it, alcohol, mobile, chair, questionable background, backdrop, and dial up. What's the worst?
I'm gonna stand up and do this just in case.
Yeah, this will happen, Kirsty. Watch it. Watch it. He's standing up.
Oh.
Jono, I don't know. Like, I'm not very clear with this question, and I genuinely don't know how to answer it. I don't want to make up stuff.
What is it? Nuance? A subtle difference in shade of meaning, expression, or sound. I'm trying to work out what nuance means properly in that context. So there's a difference, or everything in business and relationships have nuances. A perfect outcome for relationships and business is the art of getting a percentage right. How much percentage do you or your relationship of time together, submissive, aggressive, feminine, manly? Okay. So this is like how much percentage do you put in each area to make it balanced?
I don't think there is only think like that.
I don't think there's a balance in that. And how
I
much
think
percentage in each area?
Yeah, it depends, isn't it? Like, sometimes that you need to put more in your business. Sometimes you need to put more time in your relationship. And I don't know about the submissive, aggressive, feminine, manly, etc. Because they're not the kind of terms that I use. I normally use masculine and feminine. So this aggressive and manly kind of things. So they're not kind of like things that I use. So I don't understand the context of that you mentioned. But if you're talking about business and relationships, I mean, it really depends. Like, if you're in the hustle mode, if you've got a business to build, and you surely will put a little bit more time in the business aspect of it. But then, you know, in relationships, and at times that you need to put a little bit more. It's a tricky one to answer. I don't think that we can say that, oh, just put 50% on here, 50% or 80% or 20%. I'm not comfortable answering that question.
I don't think there's, well, for me, there isn't a balance or exact percentage in each area. Like, submissive and aggressive doesn't exist in my relationship with Pauline. Like, there is no aggression, there is no submission.
That's what I'm saying.
And but then some relationships and some couples do have submission and aggressive or aggression in their relationships, and that's just how their relationships work. So it's finding the balance that works for you. But I personally never agreed with any submission or aggressiveness in any relationships, any percentage, for me anyway. Like, none of my relationships, or even with friends or business, like, submission and aggression doesn't come into it at all.
Apart from the times that we get really drunk.
Well, that's down to Ick, isn't it? Like, how much he drinks.
What's that?
So
What did I
Kirsty
miss?
says. So Kirsty says. So the cork is going to hit the webcam. I'm calling it now. So Hina has a question. Great evening, Hina. It's great to see you again. Thank you for tuning in to our show again, guys. I have a question, guys. How can a girl get out of the friend zone? Is it possible? If you know he finds you physically attractive.
Boys, boys, boys. The question to you both.
Well, believe it or not, I used to be a dating coach for nice guys who get friend zoned by girls.
Did you now?
Never had never the opposite way around. So for a girl to get friend zoned by a guy, oh my god,
What did you do?
I know it. I know it happens. I know it happens, but that's very rare, to be honest with you. Gosh, I don't know. I mean, do you know he likes you or not? I mean,
No,
how do you know you've been friend zoned?
But she says if you know he finds you physically attractive, so he clearly is finding Hina physically attractive.
The question I would ask first is I would ask myself, Hina, are we jumping into an assumption that he's friend zoned us, or maybe he just hasn't communicated his feelings towards us? Guys with lack of self-esteem, for example, don't really confess, and so girls think that they're just friends. That's why they get friend zoned most of the time.
But
right?
it's interesting because this is something I was just talking to my mom about this. It's not directly answer to that question, but I think especially when I tell you my stories, you go like, "Oh my god, sis!" So it's one of those things. So
go on.
So
I got my wine ready. Go on, entertain me.
We were talking with my mom, and I can't remember where did the conversation started. And I said to my mom, oh yeah, I saw a quote, and it was saying, I'm going to paraphrase it. I'm just going to read it, by the way, when I do that. It's basically saying about, actually I can tell you exactly what it is, and I read it out loud to my mom, and I was like, and then I told her my story. 2 seconds, where is that one? It says, isn't it strange there are so many people out there who secretly love someone, and there are so many people out there who have no idea that someone secretly loves them? So like, in a way that I said to her, like, this actually really hits a core with me, because years ago when I came to Bodrum for a little while, I'm going to cut the really long story short. My mom wasn't here at that time, so I came a little bit of a break, and I had a friend. We were really close, and then he had a friend. They were really close, so they ended up coming to Bodrum because the other guy, his name is Sean, his holiday was cancelled. Anyway, so they came over. I thought that we really hit it off with this guy called Sean. Right, so we were hanging out wherever we go. Everybody was saying that, oh, like, you got such a lovely couple, and they were saying to us that, oh my God, it's like your girlfriend is lovely. Obviously, they're referring to me, and then they were saying to me like, oh, like, your boyfriend is this and that. So I was thinking, oh my God, like, how interesting. Anyway, but I already I had a crush on him anyhow, so I'm thinking like he feels the same way. Nothing for about 10 days. Like literally nothing. So we were spending like all day at the beach, and in the evening we were going for dinner, and we were having drinks and things like that. Anyway, literally nothing. And I'm thinking, if this doesn't happen on holiday, it would just never happen anywhere. So I was going to come back to Turkey for a little while anyway, but I had my ticket, so temporarily, like, for about like a couple of weeks, I need to come to London. So I came to London. I did find my way, like, in between, I messaged this guy, Sean, and I was like, hey, Sean, how are you? How is London? So I'm just like fishing, basically. Okay, I'm trying to like keep the conversation going, because literally fuck all from this guy. We're being referred to as couple, like, by everybody, literally. And I was like, hey, Sean, how's the weather in London? That kind of conversation. I don't know what else to say. So I'm like, and he's not helping me at all. Anyway, so I did find a way that I went to his flat, like, with our friends in common. I was like, hey, Sean, oh my God, I was in London. We had such a good time. Man, nothing from the guy. Anyway, so because I knew I was going to come back to Turkey, and I'm like, I just have to make a move. Like, I don't know what's going to look like if I drink a lot. I might pounce on him. Like, if not, I don't know. But I can't see any way because I can't do it sober. We went to a club, and I used to work in that club, so I know everybody worked behind the bar. Literally, they gave me shots because everybody knows I have a crush on Sean, but apart from Sean. Okay, so they keep and I'm drinking, and they go like, go, it's okay, just do it. Like, you never know, you're gonna go to Turkey. Anyway, I made a move, but I don't know. I had to black out after that.
Okay.
But that Sean become my husband, right? Literally, I woke up the next day with him. And then I was like, okay, I don't remember anything. Now, how did we get here? The last time I remember, I was planning to pounce on you. Clearly, I did. So here we are. Anyway, we're talking. And I was like, did you not realize that I liked you like all this time? And he goes like, no, I never thought that you would even like me. I was like, oh my God, men are idiots. Sorry, guys. I literally, all I needed to do, that I have a crush on Sean. That's all I needed in my forehead. Like, it was out there. Like, the way I was looking at him, the way I was talking to him, I was emailing him, I was creating, situations that I would talk to him. And then he turned around, he said, I didn't realize you would like me. I never thought you would like me. I'm like, dude, I was crazy about you. And I was like, so if I didn't pounce on you, like, this nothing would happen. Like, I wouldn't make a rule because I just thought like you were seeing me as friends. And I was like, oh my God, do you really think that I would treat my friends like the way that I've been treating you? Like, I'm like a freaking stalker. Like, I've been like chasing you, trying to talk to you at all times. Anyway, we moved in. We didn't even date. We moved in. And we lived together 1.5 years, and then we got married. Like, we were all together for about 6 years. So it's really interesting. I know it's not about the friend zone and things like that, but I really do think that sometimes you guys don't understand when a girl likes you guys. And it's really difficult for a girl to make it clear, apart from pouncing on you guys, or just have a freaking sign and saying, I fancy you. So it's like, comes back to Hina. She says, but he keeps calling me friend recently and has totally backed off in comparison to before. Well, I think being called a friend, I'm not sure if it would make any difference. Sometimes people also test things as well. So I just want to share that story. For me, like, if I didn't do anything, and the only reason I did it because I knew I was going to come to Turkey anyway, so I had nothing to lose. But if I stayed in London, I wouldn't have the guts to do it. At least not at that time, like, saying that I can't do it now. I don't see myself, but anyway. So it's sometimes things like that happens. I think us girls probably a little bit more intuitive. Like, we can read the signs much faster than guys can. Like, if somebody really likes us and attracts us, because we have so much attention to detail, so we can separate some of the behaviors. But correct me if I'm wrong, guys. You guys more like, you guys don't think too much detail. So you guys really, unless you spell it out to you guys don't really think anything of it. Is that correct?
I
Well,
agree.
Jono says yes. That definitely that was my ex-husband.
Well,
I guess, I mean, thank you for sharing that story, sis. Even I didn't know that part. See, I know a lot about Dilara, but There's always more, you know.
It's funny when I read Hina's question, and I was just like, oh my god, you know, that is it just I just talked to my mom about this today, so.
Well, Kirsty already answered as well. You tell them how you feel from the girl's point of view, which is true. What you said, Dolores, is
Yeah.
you have to spell it out, otherwise it's oblivious to us.
On behalf of all of the nice, so-called nice guy, shy men out there, I could say, and I can speak on their behalf. You know, on behalf of all of them, I could say one thing, ladies: if you actually tell them you like them, it makes life so much easier for all of us.
But I mean, it is one of those things that you need to be prepared that he might not return it. And I think, like, if I was in your situation personally, and I can as a coach, I would say the same thing. I think, like, if you really like this guy, if you're not really clear, clearly he's not going to make a move. He's not going to make it clear for you. So I'm one of those people that you might as well go for it. And find out, rather than having question mark and always have what if. And that's what I give that example, like that what if. I mean, luckily, you know, Sean didn't turn me down. I mean, if he did, I was blacked out anyway. I probably wouldn't even know. No, anyway. So I don't think it would make any difference for me at that time. But I think, like, on a serious note, I'm just so glad that I did, even though it required a lot of alcohol. But I was so much younger at that time. I was about 25. So obviously I would handle things differently. But I really don't believe living with, like, what if. So you might not be able to say it, like, really straightforward, but you might just find a way to say that. You could even just say, you know, like, really easy way, that I have feelings for you, you know, but just be okay with that, you know, like, come to the place that if he doesn't return your feelings, you'll be all right with that, you know, and as long as you don't make things awkward, if he doesn't return it, you guys still be friends. I don't think he would cut you out.
Yeah.
You know, Love says I would pull back and go cold turkey. Absence will tell. I'm not sure if it would be the right thing in this situation. On that aspect.
If you snooze, you lose.
Yeah. Also, but you might just confuse him.
Well,
I wouldn't really play any kind of games.
Pulling back
or absence will tell. I'm not sure. I mean, in some cases, yes, that's true, but I'm not sure if it would be applicable for this case. Just say it. Just say how you feel. And but I think the main thing is, like, work on how you feel. Try to let go of the attachment of what would be in return. And if he doesn't return your feelings, you can always ask him, like, look, can you just give me a couple of weeks? Like, I love our friendship, if this is what you choose to. If it's someone that you really enjoy the friendship and you want to keep the friendship, and if he, let's say, worst case scenario, he doesn't return your feelings, ask him and just say, look, I really have a lot of feelings for you, like, and it's totally fine. I do understand, you know, you don't feel the same way, but I need a while. But hey, you never know. You might be feeling the same. My husband did. Luckily.
Well, if a girl says they were interested and then decided to just disappear, then I'd be like, oh, so she's not interested then. Coming from the friend zone area. So that's how I'd see it. I'd be like, oh, well, she said she was interested, but then she just disappeared. So then she's probably not then. So then I would just back off too.
Yeah, I'll just say one thing regarding men. Men are simple creatures. Us men are so simple.
Do you guys actually notice when somebody disappears, like cold turkey? it takes a while for you guys to realize it, right? Because you guys don't read too much into it.
It depends on how often you were texting before.
Yeah, it depends.
Suddenly,
It depends.
if you text like throughout the day for like a few weeks, and then suddenly you become a few days, and then none at all, then it's pretty obvious. We do see and sense that and know that,
Yeah.
but we wouldn't do anything
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah, I mean,
we wouldn't do anything about it. That's the thing. We would just be like, "Oh, okay, she's not interested." That's all. So
Yeah.
we would just cut, just like lose that connection.
the thing about men is we don't spend time with female friends unless there is some sort of a physical attraction.
Dilara.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you're Dilara, you know.
The sister, so she teaches them how.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm looking. I mean, I think we can't discount. We have to take so many different factors into play. Like, how old is this guy? What life stage is the guy at? You know, because we grow up and then we change, and you know, depending on what's happening in our life, it's all different, right? Now, if we're talking about young men in the early 20s, like I was back in them days, right? Generally speaking, we only want to spend time with girls we are interested in, that we are attracted to, because like that's where we pour all our energy in. So there's two groups of female friends that I spend time with. One, either I'm really interested, like hopefully something will happen and manifest into a relationship, or two, I see them as genuinely like a sister, like family, like you, like Dilara. I spend a lot of time with Dilara because like I see her like a sister, and I could tell her anything. I could tell her everything and anything, and there's no secrets between us, right? And we banter a lot. So you really got to be able to distinguish like what does he see you as does he see you more of like a close soulmate, like a friend that he can tell you anything and everything? Then he actually might just see you as a sister. But you know, but that's for the young men, right? But as an older guy now, you know, things are different. Men generally after 30, they tend to know what they want, and they tend to grow out, and they don't waste time. So they wouldn't be playing around with you. If they're not interested, they're not interested. If they are interested, they're more likely to tell you or hint to you or make some sort of move, right? So you really got to take all of these into consideration. And as you guys were talking, it just reminded me of one thing I learned in sales, and it's all related, because when it comes to sales, there's four types of buyers that goes through four types of different kind of decision making process. And men, generally speaking, like what we call the Ruby types, are the direct. Like there's only 1 out of 4 men who are the type that are just direct, and they go for it. They just go for the woman. They ask them out, right? These are 1 out of 4. And then you got the other type, right? Are more the opposite types, are more shy, reserved. You know, they don't really, they're not that as direct, and they're more have a softer approach and try to suss and test the water out. And then you have like the party poopers, you know, the people who's like, these are like similar to me when I was young, right? I'm not as direct, but I'll be like, hey, come out with me. You know, do you want to go for a cinema? Would you like to get some coffee? And like, they're trying to invite you out a lot. And if they're making the initiative to invite you out, that means they're interested. Period. That means they're trying to get you to spend time with them. That means they're interested. And then you have the opposite of that types are the ones that just in their head, like the geeks, right? They just think a lot, they overthink, right? So you really gotta. It really depends on what type of guy he is as well. So,
Yeah.
But I would say one thing here. If he's already spending that much time with you, there's something going on in there. And that reminds me of a story I'm happy to share with you about a friend of mine. This friend of mine, he was seeing this girl, this another friend that I even know of, right? They were just going out, seeing each other, but they don't call it dating. Right? They don't call it dating. They're just going out, they're just hanging out. And the guy bought a new car just for, you know, just to take her out. It was just hilarious. Me and my boys was just we were enjoying the entertainment. It was just hilarious, right? And then one time I remember going out to bowling with them, and I asked him, so what's going on between the two of you? Like, have you asked her out, or what's going on? And guess what he said? He said, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna make sure, I'm just gonna leave things to, if it happens, it happens. It's just, I just want everything to flow and be natural.
Oh, it doesn't flow.
And I wanted to slap him across the face when he said that. I really wanted to slap him across the face when he said, but he's the type of guy, he's the type of guy who doesn't take advice from anyone. Like when it comes to that kind of stuff, he wants to do things his way. He doesn't take advice from the two of his boys that he knows gets results all the time, like the flirters, the Casanovas. Like whenever they try to give him tips, he's just like, I'm gonna do things my way. I'm gonna do things my way. I'm like, oh my god, good luck. And so he's one of those one. He's just like, he actually believes that if it happens, it will happen. Like Disney, like a Disney story. If it happens, it will just romantically happen in a way. I was like, life doesn't work that way, bro. But you see, but people like him do exist. People like him do exist. And so, and guess what happened? This girl started seeing another guy because that guy was more direct, and that guy just basically asked her out. And here's the thing. And after he was seeing this new guy for about 3 months, because I'm actually quite close to her, we went out karaoke one night. I asked her, I was like, no, I didn't ask her. She voluntarily told me because she was a bit drunk. And she's like, oh, I bet you were cute. Yeah. And she, because she's close to me, so she tells me everything. And she said, oh, I bet you're probably curious and disappointed why it didn't happen with me and your friend, right? The guy I was talking about. I was like, I'm not curious, but now I am. Now that you mentioned it, now I am. So tell me, what happened? I was like, I thought something was happening between the two of you. She's like, yeah, I thought so too. But he never made a move. And I was like, oh. There we go. So for the guys who's listening out there, you need to make a move, man. It's like you can't just let things happen. So he might just be one of those people as well, who's just, I don't know, think things will happen naturally between the two of you as time goes by. And you could let it go both ways. You gotta find, you gotta find out by yourself. And I think you're quite intuitive. As a woman, you're genuinely quite intuitive anyway. So if you sense that he does like you, just pop the question. To be honest, there's no harm, right? Unless you generally don't think he doesn't like you. So, but it's just those. That's a good example. That was a good story that I wanted to share with you all because it just reminded me of him. It's just like.
No, it happens a lot. I did like a couple of years ago. I had not exactly the same, but very similar thing with one of my neighbor. One day he was really upset. He's really hot as well. Like he's just this attractive guy. I saw him with this blonde girl like a few times, and I was like, oh, he's got a new girlfriend or something. So he was like, oh, what you doing? I was like, I'm okay. I'm not really doing anything. So he was like, do you want to have a glass of wine? And I was like, okay. So I'm a relationship coach, so I know when the guys ask me out like that, a lot of the time it's, like if it's like a neighbor or something, I know it's safe. He's going to talk about relationships, like his stuff. Anyway, so he started to tell me very similar thing, but then goes back to, he did the same thing. He was like, oh, I really like this girl, but she came out of a relationship. So I thought she needed a little bit of space. So I just backed off a little bit, just wanted to give that space and things like that. Apparently, like, she's with somebody else and he's an idiot. But all it was, he took action. He just went for it, and he was so annoyed. And I'm like, look, I think it's amazing that how much you care about her, how much you want to give her space, but actions speak louder than words sometimes. Like you can have the best of intentions, but intentions do jack all if you don't take any actions. Like people are not mind readers, so you have the best of intention, you're serious about this girl, you really like this girl, and I do understand that genuinely you wanted to give her space, but whereas the other guys is like, oh, I really like you, like let's hang out, he just got in there. And
it's one approach you could ask Hina is like, you don't actually have to confess your feelings, but maybe if you suspect anything, I think what I would like a girl to say to me is, if genuinely I have no clue, if she thinks I have no clue, it's just like, hey, Ick, I don't know if you're interested in me or not. We've spent a lot of time together, but I'm just going to say this. If you don't make a move, nothing's going to happen. Just putting it out there, something like that along the line, right? So in a way, you're not really confessing to him. You're telling him that if you don't make a move and you're interested, nothing's going to happen. But if you're not interested, that's cool, then things can keep going the way they are. But guys are stupid. A lot of guys are stupid. We don't. A lot of us, especially without the experience, we just don't know how to read a woman.
You guys are stupid. I think the challenge is because you guys not very detail oriented, and you guys don't bothered about things like us girls, us women. We give too much attention to it. We know what you guys do. We know almost like each breath you guys take that has a meaning to it. You guys just no, just breathe, man. That's it. Like you guys not like the brain function doesn't use too much, but we're just reading it. We just can see it. Like we just know exactly what's happening. But for you guys, it's just not the case. So unless you spelled it out. With my ex's case is actually said it out loud or poundstone, you guys have no idea.
I'm just reading the comments. If a man cannot man up, let him. Yeah, that's the issue with the whole man up thing as well. I disagree with the whole man up thing. Like, there's the definitions on man up has been a huge burden on guys. So I'd be very careful on what man up means to you or them as well. But I wouldn't use man up in this context. I would just say how attracted is he to you, Hina, in this area? Because you said physically attractive, that's great. But how about deeper connection? That's the next question I would ask. What if you start, growing old and start looking not as physically attractive anymore? Does that mean you lose feelings for each other? So there's the upside of physically attractive, which is great, but there's also the other side that I always go into is a bit deeper and emotionally connected. How connected are you to? And how emotionally invested are you two in each other? That's my take.
Well, he can tell you his whole life story as well. I think this is a tricky bit. He could really love talking to you. He could really enjoy your company. Okay, this is the thing. This is one of the things that we can tell you our thoughts, and we can give you as many suggestions as we can till, like what they said, till cows come home. But he's the only person can tell you how he feels. I can tell you, for example, he could have a lot of feelings for you and he might not want to mess up with your friendship. But I'm really cautious about things that I say because I don't want to sound like, oh my God, to give too much hope, because I really don't know what it is. But he could have feelings for you, but he might not know how strong these feelings are. So he might not want to lose the friendship. So he might just, he might just want to keep it the way it is till he actually makes a decision. 2, he could find you physically attractive and he might really love your company and talking to you. But I'm so sorry to say that. It might just a little bit hard, but he might not feel like you're the one that he connects and, you got everything. But because he really loves talking to you and also he has physical attraction, he might just want to keep you close. Why wouldn't he? Because you're an attractive girl. He loves talking to you. He's winning. He doesn't have to do anything. It's great. But that's the bit that I think it would be a challenging part for you. That's what I think. When you get to the right place, when you're not too attaching to outcome, you're not too fearful of rejection, I think you should tell him. You don't have to write a whole essay and just drag it and just make it too complicated. But you could even say it as a joke, like say it in a humoristic way. Maybe next time when you, or whenever you feel ready, when you guys talking, you could just say, "Oh man, I can't believe how much, I had this massive crush on you," or something like that. You can just blur it out, and then you can just smile and just see how he's going to respond. And but I really do think that you should ask, not you should ask, you should tell him, because then what there is a possibility that you could think like this. You could just wait. You might not, because us girls, like, we can't, like, when we're into someone, we're not going to give a chance to other guys. Like, we're not. I bet for my life that you don't even go dating. I'll be surprised if you do. You probably force yourself if you are going, because when we like someone, we're so into it. Like, we're not interested in other people. But if you drag this too long, you might just meet with somebody and then you might just feel disappointed, and you might just feel like you just give so much time, and then you might just feel really disappointed. I don't know if it was helpful, but it's a very tricky one to say.
Kirsty made a really good point. Kirsty said if you have feelings for someone, you need to tell them, because you have no idea how they feel. And if you only hang out with someone expecting them to make a move, then chances are nothing will happen. Like my friend in that story.
Exactly.
Either they will reciprocate, or they will let you know that they don't want to take anything further. That way you will be able to look elsewhere for a future partner, or the guys will end up dating. That's absolutely true. I look, you, and this is not really for me to pick on women or anything, but a lot, like, women these days talk about equality, right? Women and men have equal rights. So why can't women do the same thing as men do? Why does men always have to make a move? That's the question I bring up all the time, right? I mean, like, there's no right or wrong. You don't have to. I generally believe, as a man, the man should make the move first, right? Because I'm a man, right? But if I was a woman, but I'm not, but if I was a woman, and if I'm someone who talks about women equality, then what's the problem? I wouldn't see a problem with women making the first approach either, right? You got to see things that way. But I guess it comes down to maybe everyone just have this fear of rejection. I think that's the only thing that's holding all of us back. And I think it's hard to talk about dating and asking someone out without actually tackling the fear of rejection in itself, because men have fear of rejection too, not just women, right? And for my friend in that case scenario, it was exactly that. He was afraid to be rejected. That's all it was. He was so scared of her saying no that he would just let things play out by nature. And as things played out, she dated another man who made a move. So there we go. But it's sometimes it's just a fear of rejection that's just holding all of us back. But I as a man, to be honest with you, as a man, I don't see anything wrong with a woman asking a guy out. In actual fact, if anything, I respect that woman. I would respect that woman a lot for asking the man out, because she's the one taking action, and whoever takes the.
I have feelings for Ick. He's currently single.
Yeah,
So
I'm single, by the way, if you're hot, and
why is DM?
So Hina says, don't men like to be the pursuer though? Not all. Some just don't know what to do. Some just have no idea. So don't expect the men to do so. And like Ick said, if the woman was more direct, I would respect that woman for knowing what she wants.
Yeah. The whole men chasing, pursuing thing is nonsense. I can tell you now, that's nonsense. But there is a universal truth, but that is not just for men, it's for women, it's for every human being. And that is, we don't value the things that we don't put time and energy into. Like anything we get for free, we don't value it. Right? So this is not just for men, but coming from a man's perspective, if we felt like we haven't done anything to get your love and affection, we won't value it. Period. We just won't value it. It's not about cherishing you or anything like that. We just won't value it. We just feel like, well, it's like a entitlement, kind of like God-given grant or something like that. So we won't value it. But if we had done something, and it doesn't have to be pursuing, it could just be spending a lot of time with you. It could just be thinking a lot about you and buying some gift for you. you know, and it depends on the love language, right? What's his love language is like. As long as you can sense that this man is putting some sort of energy and effort into like investing, like you're investing something into the relationship and being involved, then he's not going anywhere because he's involved.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily about the chasing and the pursuing. It's not necessarily that. That comes in all forms, shape and form. Seriously.
Yeah.
You know, some guys are just more feminine, some guys are just more passive, some guys are just more in their head and they're more introverted. So, you know, everyone's different. It's not necessarily the pursuing. That's all it is. Yeah. So I always say to, like, when I was a dating coach for nice guys, I do get a lot of women ask me questions, right, about that kind of situation. And I just said one thing, and I always teach the same thing, and that is just make sure that whoever you're interested in, get him to invest a lot in you. And don't, so like I always talk about equal balance in investment in terms of energy, right? If there's one person that's investing so much and the other person is just receiving, that the relationship is going nowhere, because at the end of the day, you can tell who's valuing what more, right? The person who is investing in more will seem desperate, and the person who is just receiving will feel like, so yeah, I'm a hot stuff. Right? So it has to be both ways. It's like playing tennis. It has to be both ways. Someone invest in something, and then you investing in something, and then, so when I say invest in something, I mean energy, time, effort, involvement. That's all it is.
Yeah.
I call it the law of investment.
The law of investment.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. What are you drinking?
Oh, I'm drinking. This is actually some good shit, sis.
Good shit. We
Good
like
shit.
Yeah.
Grandeza. This is actually a vintage since 2015, so it's a 5-year wine. So I managed it. There's only one bottle left that I found on the shelf. It's what is it? What the hell is this? It's a Vino de Vinas. Oh, España. España is a Spanish wine, red wine. Vino Tinto. That's what it is.
This
Vino
comment
Tinto.
makes me laugh.
I am going to save this bottle so I remember it next time.
So together. Kirsty is hilarious, man. Like, she's really cracking me up. If I see a man, I'm a date.
Kirsty, I love your comment. If I see a man booty, I'm a chase. I love it. Kirsty, you got such a great sense of humor.
Keep the questions coming. I hope George is back.
Oh yeah,
George, you missed out, man. You missed out on some fun banter. Gina, good evening, welcome. Yes, well, you did miss out on some great entertaining story.
Delara pouncing on people.
Oh gosh.
We talk about
we're talking about friend zone, but in the opposite spectrum, where the woman feels friend zoned by the man instead of the other way around. Oh gosh, actually, I think this. I'll share this with you guys, just for you guys to have a laugh, okay?
You share so many things.
So I have so many stories when it comes to the dating scenario, because I used to be one of those nice, shy, good boys who get friend zoned all the time, okay? So I have my fair share of stories. So it's really, really funny, really, really interesting. Heartbroken many, many times. But anyway, I won't tell you all of those sob story. I'll tell you the funny story. So when I was 30, this was about 6 years ago, when I first met my ex-fiance, before I asked her out, I was chasing after her. I was like going for her, and I said, "Nope, she's the one. I'm gonna go after her." And she kept friend zoning me. I kid you not. She kept trying to put me in a friend zone on the friend bucket. I was like, nope,
You're
Nope.
like, no,
And-
I'm not
yeah. So every time she tried to put me in a friend zone, I would jump back out. She tried to put me in a friend zone, I'd jump back out. I was like, I know what you're trying to do. It's not happening. I'm not getting friend zone. I'm too experienced. I was like, I have far too much experience being friend zone. I know what you're trying to do. That's not happening. And I keep jumping out. And she even admitted it after we got to go. Even she admitted it. I kept trying to put you in the friend zone bucket. It's just you just weren't having it. I was like, yep. I was like, it's like you're either dating me or you're not friends with me. That was it. I was ruthless. As a man, I was ruthless. I was like, I like you. I want to take you out. I want this to go further. If you want to be friends with me, then I'm gone. Bye bye. It's like I'm not having this friend zone. Bollocks.
that I want to have. You're just too hot.
Oh gosh. So for the men out there, if you're listening, it's like just don't ever fall into the friend zone trap. Don't ever fall into the friend zone trap ever. You gotta set your intention clear. Communication, like Kirsty said earlier on, communication is so important, especially as men, especially as us men. Is like the best thing to do is just let the girl know. It's like I like you, I'm going after you. If you're not interested, just let me know. But I'm gonna keep going after you. Don't try to be friends with me. No.
You're not my friend.
Yeah, exactly.
I always say that I have enough male friends that I don't want a new one. Like, are you or not? Like, come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Friends. I've got enough brothers at the moment. I've got enough friends. No.
Right? Exactly.
Which one are you gonna get into? Not friends. I don't need you.
Exactly. I've got enough female friends. I've got enough sisters. I've got enough adopted sisters. I've got enough female friends. I'm good. I'm good for the rest of my life. I don't need any more.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Kirsty, lady in the day and a panther at night. I love her.
Good boy gone bad. Persistence equals success.
True.
Hina loves your style, Ike. More men should do this. It really depends on the guy. Like everyone's different. There's this like equal expectation that men should do this, women should do that, but like each individual is different. We all have different values, different beliefs, different personalities. There is no you should do this and all should do that.
I mean, I think like you said, sis, men are quite not stupid, but men are just not really good at picking up clues.
It's because you guys are detail oriented, like the way that
we're just not good at
emotionally equipped, and we can just read it. Like that's why you think I'm exaggerating. We just know when a guy, like if especially our partner, I would know if my partner's breathing change, and I know what does it mean. Wow. It's really hard for you guys to know that, but most women we do. Because we're very detail oriented and we're very, very intuitive, but you guys are not programmed in that way. So for that, it takes you guys longer.
Yeah.
For kind of like, actually, that means that. But you guys don't mean harm, but it can be really frustrating for us girls, honestly, us women.
So Kirsty. Yeah, Kirsty, you're absolutely right. It's not about men being so persistent and being nasty when they get friend zoned and stuff like that. Look, that's just a different context on its own, right? Some men genuinely, when they get rejected, like for example, when like you girls know when a no is a no, right? A no is a no. I'm not interested in you. Just back off, right? And some men, not all, some men just don't get it. Some men just think that, as long as I'm persistent, I'm going to get somewhere. Like some men just don't get it. In my case with my ex-fiance, I knew she was interested, right? She wasn't sure. It wasn't like a hard no.
But also, I think the difference is you weren't trying to bed her.
And I wasn't trying to bed her, right? I wasn't trying to force myself onto her. I wasn't trying to. I was just saying like, look, let me take you out. Let's go on another date. Let's spend more time. That was my approach.
Right? You just want to have a chance.
Yeah, I just want to get a chance. Yeah.
Because you saw something in there. It wasn't like you're trying to have sex with her. You were trying to have one night stand with her.
Exactly. So
I think that's the difference.
that's the difference. Exactly. So for the men, if a woman say no, a no is a no. A hard no is a hard no. But if as long as she hasn't said that, you're still in the game, but you gotta kind of like up the game a little bit more, if without being too manipulative and forceful, right? And just you know, the key word here. My mom always tell me. My mom, my auntie, Asian women are very wise. You know, they all tell me the same thing. They just say one thing: just be sincere, be you, and be sincere. Don't try to fake it. Don't try to manipulate. Don't try to scheme. Just be sincere, and the woman can tell. And I always took on that word, that advice on board. So every time I approach a woman that I'm interested, I'm sincere. I am very, very sincere. And if it's a hard no, I get it. If it's a hard no, I'll back off. But if it's not a hard no,
and it's so for me, like I respect men that who make their intention clear, even if it's just to have sex, because that like he just makes intentions, so then he understands, like if I say no and then he respects. I do respect men like that, because it's really important to make those intentions clear rather than being sneaky.
Yeah. And Kirsty, you're right. For those kind of guy, they're not the one for you anyway, to begin with, because they don't understand one thing. They don't understand what respect is.
Yeah.
Men who don't understand respect have no sense of respect for themselves or anyone, let alone a woman. Okay.
Yeah.
So men who don't understand respect, they will always feel that if I take you out, that means I should get something back. That's the kind of guy we're talking about. And these guys you want to avoid anyway. And you shouldn't feel guilty. Let him take you out and let him treat you. And if he has this expectation, you can say, thank you for the meal. I won't be seeing you anymore. And don't even feel guilty about it, because he deserves it. He doesn't understand what respect is.
Yeah.
So
okay. I'm going to bring George in. George is waiting in the green room. Woo!
Is George coming on? Hey, we're going to have a good banter.
Hello.
Oh my God, he's got the gears ready as well,
man.
George. Hey, he's got the gears. This guy's been setting up. I love it. Welcome,
I
George.
have been indeed. Yeah, thank you for having me on, everybody. Yeah,
It's a pleasure to have you on. So
thank you very much.
Here's a condition. To be on here, to be qualified on here, you need to have at least a glass of red wine. Do you have that?
Upstairs somewhere. I've actually got my vape with me.
I'm joking, bro. I'm joking.
A cup of tea works too.
Only if you want to drink. Only if you want to drink. I'm only
cup of tea works too. Don't worry.
It takes too long at the moment.
How you been, brother?
Not too bad. Not too bad. I've spent a good part of this evening literally running errands at Westfields, getting my hair cut, as you can see, getting out the whole COVID caveman look. Thank you very much. and then I got to my car and I'm just like 99% for like 1 hour, and I'm like okay, but Jono's show is on, man. So I was just sitting in my car watching. And then, watching Jono's lovely freeze frames and his lovely internet connections, whilst Delara was kind of like, oh, crap. H, where are you?
Man, I don't know what to do. I don't know anyone. It's like you come to the party and suddenly like your friend disappears. It's like, it's your party. I don't know your house.
Don't worry, we're all here, even if we're just typing away to you. We're all here to support you.
Oh, thank you.
Leanne's got a question. Jono, how best should a woman approach a more sensitive guy? Should we be more quiet and laid back? What should we do?
George.
Wow. I think wasn't that your question, dude? I can answer after you.
Question for all of us. Doesn't have to be me.
It's a question for all of us, but we just like to hear your thoughts.
Okay. So
we'll take turns on it, don't worry.
Okay. As a person who's quite an introvert, when I'm not socializing within the car scene, I'm actually quite a shy guy. So quite like you, Itch, when I was younger, I used to be that guy that used to be friend zoned all the time. So
tell me about it, bro. Tell me about it. It hurts right here.
I know. So when a girl's throwing you signals, you don't actually you know, you're so used to being friend zone, you don't actually know it. So my advice is probably just to be a little bit more direct, and you know, just kind of say, not just kind of be like, hey, I like you, you know, but more along the lines of make your intentions known a bit more, rather than invite you and your other friends together, or invite you just to invite the guy just to have a bubble tea or something like that. I think it's more along the lines of kind of showing him his intentions a little bit more. So, you know, I think that's my advice. You know, otherwise he's just not going to get the signals. Otherwise, I've had this before where someone really liked me, and we're actually friends to this day. She's married now, and she actually openly confessed to me and said, you know, when I invited you out, like, you know, up 10 years ago when you were still young, I'm like, yeah, you know, I really liked you, right? You know, you just didn't like me back. I'm like, oh, actually the feeling was actually mutual, and you kind of feel a bit of a bum at that point, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think make your feelings a little bit more spoken. I think that's the best way to put it. That's my advice anyway. I could be wrong completely. I can just see
there is no right or wrong.
And that's very wise. That's very wise. That's one way. That's for sure. No, I agree with you. I'll follow up on that. Look, for a sensitive guy, I've got plenty of friends who are sensitive, right? Like, because I'm the extrovert, so you know, opposite always attracts. So with my boys, there's always like two of us that's the extrovert, the party clowns, and then there are always going to be the other half that's going to be the sensitive, introverted people, right? So I hang out with a lot of sensitive guys, so I know, and I could say one thing. Yeah, I can say one thing about sensitive people. It's like they're not as sensitive as you think they are. Don't be scared.
I completely agree.
Making it.
Just like don't think like, oh, if I get too hard on them, they're gonna break. They're not. They're not fragile. Okay, they might be sensitive, but they're not gonna break. You know. So, if anything, by being upfront and direct and just telling them, I like you, should we go out on a date? Are you interested? You know, just being direct and making it works. I'm telling you, it works. They're not gonna break. If anything, they might be confused. That's all. They might be shocked and confused. So like, what, me? Well, what do you see in me? It's like, what? Are you talking to me? Really? Let me think about it. Yeah, let's go out. I mean, like, you might shock and confuse them, but you won't break them. That's for sure. So don't be afraid of approach any way you feel like you feel comfortable approaching a sensitive guy, like you would to any other normal guys. We're all the same.
And to be the introverted shy kid, I'm going to follow up on that one. Yes, we may be sensitive, but we're not fragile, like Ike says. Just be a bit more direct and tell us how you feel, what you see in us. Should we go on more dates to find out more about each other, connect more, and if we actually align and get on properly? Because so many people nowadays just like get on the first date and be like, this is do or die. This is the last date or something. Like, there's more than one date, right? I think before me and Pauline got together, we dated about 5 to 7 times, I think, before we even mentioned anything about should we get together and be together as a couple. Like, we went on so many dates or spent so much time together before we even decided anything goes further beyond that friendship zone, right? Dilara, any thoughts on your view?
I'm not a sensitive guy. I'm not a man.
No, you don't have to be, but like your perspective.
Well, I think it's like as a female, like when I am doing that, I try not to be the coach a lot. I'm just trying to be myself, like, you know, come up with my dating life. I think I personally think it's more valuable. Obviously, if it's a direct question, I will answer that. But I think it's more. So, for example, like what I guess like sometimes for girls quite what's the word for it? Outspoken. Like we don't know how to balance with a sensitive guy because we don't want to kind of like be too heavy. But when he's too chilled, we get a little bit too frustrated. We're like, ask me out now. Like, take me out on a date. And then if the guy is just like so chilled and so relaxed, you're like, oh my God, it's just, you know, I want to now. I want to go now. Like, now. So I guess like sometimes that's a bit tricky bit. But I think it depends on the girl as well. You know, like some girls is like they really kind of like chilled and quiet or relaxed, and some girls like quite fiery, like we just like a bit impatient. So it really depends. But I personally am a big fan of sensitive guys anyway. I just love it. I find it more interesting. So yeah.
Well, I mean, Dilara, if I may, it's kind of like one of these things where you got to remember, for a sensitive guy, they've probably been treading on eggshells most of their life.
Yeah.
You know, so when you want to get direct onto that point, they're probably used. Think of a guy that's used to going around in circles just to get to the point. You know, because if they went to the point, the amount of times they've been rejected is probably more common than not. You know, I mean, nowadays you've got the godforsaken apps such as like Tinder, where you pretty much know where you stand. Right. Oh, look, match. This is pretty much what a guy would do, rather than like left, and maybe one right. Which is, I would imagine that's what girls might do. Guys, literally, just like
that's the other way. The other way.
Yeah. It's mirrored at the moment. Yeah.
I've seen friends of that. Literally, he has his phone in his hand and he's like under the table, just like constantly swiping. I'm just like, bro, what are you playing with? He goes, I'm just swiping. I was like, for what? I was like, for what?
Wrong,
and he was like, for a match. I was like, you're not serious. He goes, yeah. I was like, dude, man.
Our girls, we go like, nope.
He's like, just hit and hope. Something will come up, right? It's like, bro.
Yeah. No, but that's a really good point. I think it's like that's what I'm saying. It's you guys have been used to like going around the circus before, and we are literally in the middle. We're just waiting, like for you guys to finish the circle. We're like, come on, when are you gonna arrive? I'm here. Ask me out now.
I get you. I mean, the thing is, you got to remember with sensitive guys, why are they sensitive to begin with? It's like if you put a lighter underneath your hand a few times, that will get pretty sensitive right there, you know. So you've been burnt a few times, you know. So I mean, I'm just looking at some of the comments right now. It's like Kirsty said, "I'll spend a weekend in a man's bed, but if they ask me on a date,
No, what she said.
I'll freak out."
I love your honesty, Kirsty. I just love your honesty. I have so much respect for you. I like you already. I like you so much. You're so fun.
I'll jump on any man I think looks good. Fair enough.
I mean, like,
and no one's judging here. I love you anyway.
I'll jump on any man that I think looks good. I mean, she must like horses. I think she might like horses because it's like riding on a pony, isn't it? Would you like a ride and a weekend with my pony down the park, madam? Yes, no.
She likes animals. I can tell you that.
Oh my god.
I think I've missed my calling here. I should have been some kind of mystic, Meg.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Kirsty is hilarious though.
Kirsty should come on next time.
Wait, what?
Kirsty, we should bring you on the show.
We should definitely invite Kirsty in for the next episode for sure.
Well, if she's feeling any better now, she can probably jump on and we can have more than one guest on the show. We have up to was it 10? 10 of 20? Can't remember, 15.
Oh, it can get messy. It can get
Yeah,
messy.
no, it can get messy.
Kirsty, it's a compliment. Yeah, people who are generally animal lovers are more in touch with their mammal side, shall we say.
They're very caring.
Yes, indeed, that as well.
Yeah. Curses is no.
I'm a mess. Okay, next time, Kirsty, next time. No worries.
No, Kirsty, we must have you on live one day. You're so funny.
you love her, Dilara. She's amazing.
Oh, I already love her. She cracks me up. So let's talk about it, because three of you, I mean, it kind of in between, but both of you, Jono and George, quite sensitive guys. So I think it's like maybe we can, this would be quite actually beneficial for the girls, for women who are watching this, to hear from you guys directly. You both who answered the question that how to approach guys. I think I just feel like what would be beneficial, and sometimes like we teach this in the workshops as well, how you guys need time to process your thoughts in a calm manner before to kind of like express. And sometimes, not all women, but sometimes like we can be a little bit impatient, and then we kind of like, we just want the answers now. So what am I trying to say? Like, I think what I'm trying to say, this could be a way of like inside the sensitive men's brain and their heart.
So what's the question? Sorry.
It's not a direct, just one direct question. I'm just saying that there could be some ladies watching, and a lot of the time, like especially like some strong kind of like outspoken women, we could not know how to have a communication with sensitive guys, like calm, because you guys sometimes like take your times and need that time for yourselves. So all I'm saying is that you guys could teach us that, maybe, like,
So kind of like give you an insight of how sensitive men are thinking and the thought process.
I get it.
Going through their
like
mind.
in the heart of sensitive man, something like that.
So okay, we'll share with you ladies the inside world of a sensitive man. No problem. Let's take you on a journey.
I love it.
I don't have much to say about this because I'm not a sensitive man, but I will start because Jono and George can then fill in the details. I can give you some overview, because I mean, look, at the end of the day, men are just men. We're the same thing. We think about the same thing. It's like, especially if they're young in their early 20s, the only thing they really think about most of the time is women and sex, right? It's the same. We're men. Men are the same, no matter what. We're very simple creatures, no matter whether we're sensitive or not, right? So, but look, when it comes to I guess with sensitive men, there's only one thing that is different than most. I mean, like, no, it's not even a sensitive man issue. It's more of a self-esteem issue. It depends on how much self-esteem that guy has, and I think it's important to distinguish the difference between a sensitive man versus a man who just lacks self-esteem. It's because those two are very, very, very different. A man who lacks
Very
self-esteem is just not confident with himself in all areas of his life, not just relationship. So generally speaking, someone like that just doesn't know what he wants in life, and he's still trying to figure himself out. My advice for ladies, if you're asking for any, is just don't date these kind of people. They're just not ready for a relationship to begin with. But if we are talking about a sensitive man just by nature and nothing to do with the self-esteem, they are. My brother's sensitive. My brother, like Jono, they're very similar personality type. My brother is very sensitive. he's very grounded, and he's very thoughts process oriented. He thinks a lot, and
My brother like Joe.
and he's very sensible. He's very sensible and he's very responsible. So sensitive men can be quite, sensible and responsible people. And there's nothing out of the normal, nothing out of the norm compared to other men. The only difference is they're just not as much outspoken. So one thing sensitive men and introverted men have is that they're not very good at expressing their emotion. That's the key thing, I would say. They're actually not very good at expressing their emotion. They don't know how to communicate it and express it for others because they want to keep it to themselves. And these are the people, and these type of men, they will only express, if ever, to other men who they admire and respect and can trust. That's generally speaking. Okay. On the good side of that, or because they don't know how to express, but they feel a lot. They do feel a lot. That means they're very, generally speaking, they're quite good people. They just don't know how to express, or they're just afraid of expressing. But that's really it. That's the only difference. That's the only difference that I can see from an observer's point of view. But I'll hand it over to Jono and George to fill us in on any other details that I've missed out on.
You first, Jono.
Sure. Exactly what Ig said, really. Really bad at expressing my emotions. I mentioned that in my interview with Dilara on my latest YouTube video, where we spent an hour talking about my feelings and emotions going through the whole 10 years of the relationship. I'm really bad at expressing myself, but what we worked out that has been working for us is our love languages and understanding each other's love languages. It doesn't have to be always talking. Sometimes it could just be physical touch. Sometimes it could be just a hug, holding hands even. Those are the simplest things we do to keep each other connected. Like, it's not all the time that I have to dive deep into my emotions and be like, I pour my heart out kind of thing, right? Most of the time she already knows what I'm thinking, but I don't say it. And she, if it does happen, then she does say, are you okay? Or is everything okay? Then if it's not, then yeah, I'll tell her. But if I say it's okay, it's fine, then she wouldn't dig any deeper. But yeah. But usually the sensitive and shy guys are generally, from what I've noticed as well, observed and also noticed around my circle of friends, and they're very loyal if they are treated and respected. Like, we are there for you no matter what, as long as you don't break our trust and respect. But once you do and cross our line, that's it. It's very, very, very clear when you cross the line with us. Our emotions would erupt. We would do things we probably wouldn't do normally and behave very differently as well. And that's a very, very big sign of when you are crossing the line, or how to find out if you are crossing the line or if you cross the line in any shape or form. Those are kind of the warning signs for a sensitive guy. Are they doing things differently from what they normally do and behave differently?
Before George starts, I'm just gonna follow up from what Jono said, because Jono said something really, really crucial that goes really well with this, is crossing the line. That's the key word, crossing the line. Sensitive men, I think sensitive people in general, not just men, it's just that because they understand, they can put people in other people's shoes, right? They can put themselves in other people's shoes. Because they're so sensitive, they don't want to do unto people what people do to them, because right, they don't want to be hurt or whatever it is. And so they're always thinking about where's the line, what not to cross for themselves and for other people. and so they they make really great partners, man. I would say, great friends as well. Great friends.
I mean,
Best friend,
I,
Queen.
I agree with that. I can take that. The one thing that I mean, I would like to add towards what you two have actually said is, you know, in general, and I'm not saying all women do this, but a lot of women do this, is they take this jar, I mean, not candle, but, you know, literally a jar. Every single bad thing that you do, they put it in there, you know, bit by bit, until it gets so full and then and it spills out. Okay. But with sensitive men, they just tend to put everything in that jar, you know, until it comes out. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jono. I mean, there's this, you know, it's very hard for, say, for example, like the olden days, for someone like me to say, walk up to somebody in a bar and say, "Hey, how you doing? You know, I'm George." You know, you've got that fear of them turning around and looking at you. Yeah, and you know, so we've learned to kind of pent that up. So it really takes someone to really essentially to get us out of that shell, to get us going. And it actually took me quite a while, even being the company director, to kind of get myself going, to get me out of that shell. Once I'm out of this shell, God help you guys. So
yeah. So what you're essentially saying is that you kind of like bottle things up until it explodes like a volcano.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily mean in a negative way. It can also mean
of course.
a good thing. You know, the reason why I said maybe women can relate to that a little bit more is because, from my experience, you know, not a lot of women are so outspoken to the point where you've done something wrong straight away, they're going to flag you up on it. They might just turn around and say, "Don't really like that. Don't do it again." You know, but it will slowly build and build and build and build until they will unleash a plethora of abuse in a very negative tone at you, and you kind of sat there thinking to yourself.
But here's what I would say is the difference. Women would actually say it. They're not happy about something, they'll say it.
I think
men
some do, some don't.
Most men don't. I will tell you now, most men don't. Most men will just keep it to themselves.
So is there, for us women, is there any way, I think is, by the way, lovely, and asking some questions for you guys. Is there any way that we could find a way to communicate with you guys better, so then you guys don't open up and end up like exploding? Like, is there anything that we could do?
The only thing you can do is invite them and let them know that you're always going to be there to listen. That's it. You never force, and that's not just for sensitive men, that's for any man. It's just let them know, as a wife, as a partner, as a girlfriend, as a, you know, it's just to say, "Hey honey, I sense that you're probably going through a hard time, you know, just want to let you know that whenever you're ready to talk, and if you need someone to listen, I'm here for you, honey." You know, just
I think that was touched on last week.
Yeah, it's just the invitation to, like, you know, you can invite them to talk if they're ready to talk, but if you feel that, you know, they're not ready to talk, or they may not be comfortable talking, just hold the space, you know, sis. You know, just kind of like hold a space, like say, you know what, but let us know that you're always there. You're always there. You got our back. I think that's the key thing. It's like us men, we just want to know that our woman's got our back, no matter what, and they trust us to deal with it. And if we can't deal with it, we'll cry on your shoulders. Right? But
that goes both ways, though. Like us,
exactly.
Way. But I think that particularly that what I'm curious is that I think there's a lot of people, I mean, hopefully there's a lot of people that, you know, watching, and they might be in a relationship with somebody who's quite sensitive. Maybe their partners is not talkative, and then they don't really talk, and then maybe they don't know how to kind of like help their partner, not the help, but communicate with their partner, and then because let's face it, guys, it's not the healthiest thing to bottle it, and then like exploding unexpected.
Yeah.
So that's let's face it, regardless you're sensitive or not, that's not the healthiest ways of communication, because if you are bottling up, you don't give it option to your partner to understand what's going on. And a lot of the time, if that happens, if somebody like explodes like that, it's very unexpected, and sometimes we might not know like where did it come from. So what I'm saying is, in order for that not to happen, I mean, obviously, ultimately, that we all know that it's everyone's responsibility, regardless the guy is sensitive or not. It's his responsibility to choose that if he wants to communicate, how he wants to communicate. But for the sake of the people who might have a sensitive partner, what would you guys suggest to support to communicate with their partner?
Okay, here's the best approach.
So too sensitive guy. I'm writing. So what shall we do?
Here's the best approach. Here's the best approach. Listen up, woman. This is the best approach, okay? And you men will love this, because you guys can relate. You guys will love this. Here's the approach. You want to approach like a man.
We need to approach like a man.
Like as if you were one of our best boys, buddy. So if Jono had a problem, guess how you know how I would approach? First thing is I would ask the question, you okay, bro? Yeah, okay. I can sense he needs a bit of a chat, right? So maybe he doesn't want to chat, but I can sense he needs a little bit of a chat. I'm like, so guess what I would say? Want to go for a drink? Then he'll talk. Right? So as a woman, as a life partner, you know, you can absolutely do the same thing. You can hey honey, you want to go for a drink? Want to just relax and chill out? Because first thing you want to do is, he's already stressed. I'm assuming the context is that he's going through some sort of a problem issue, right? In that case scenario, if that's the case, he's already stressed. So just like, you know, come with the avatar of a friend. You know, you want to go out for a drink, want to relax, chill out for a bit, you know, and trust me, when there's a little bit of relaxation and alcohol, the guy's ready to talk. And if it's just you two, he's got no one else to talk to. He's gonna start spilling the beans. He's gonna start spilling the beans with no pressure. You know, or if he's more homey, you know, then do what you and I normally do, sis. You know, just go out and buy some Baileys and, you know, have a chat. You know, sit down, just, you know, get the Baileys out, and you're like, you know, just chill, and he'll start talking. But it's like you're not forcing it. And this is one mistake my ex used to make. She would force me to talk when I wasn't ready, and that was like, no.
He would rage.
Yeah, it would rage me. It would piss me off.
He goes into rage mode.
One thing you don't want to do.
I'm genuinely very interested, because I just want to kind of, obviously, ladies asking some questions, so it's we better start to read them as well. But you say that, you know, you would rage. What would you think to make you rage? Because for us, where we at, I'm telling you, right? I'm playing devil's advocate. As women, when we ask that question, we're thinking, I love you, I care about you, I just want to connect with you. You give me nothing. I want to make sure that you're okay, everything is okay. I want to share it with you. And then you have that rage. I get what you're doing as Dilara, but like as a partner, I might miss it. And then I might just take it personal. I might think that, like, you don't want me to connect with you. Do you see what I'm trying to say?
This is what I mentioned earlier. Is know where the line is between you two and where you cross that line. So that communication and that boundary and that agreement must be clear way beforehand.
So that means that it's, again, goes back to the same thing. It's so important to set boundaries, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Patience. What's okay, what's not okay. So if, for example, well, like when that happens, maybe when two parties cool down, you sit down and say, hey, I'm not sure what happens last night, but tell me, if that happens, how would you want me to respond? Should I ask? Should I back off? What are the boundaries? Is that the right way to do it?
Yeah, absolutely. Make
Okay.
sure if it does happen, like if it's the first time it happens and you don't know what triggers each other, fine. Know that it has happened, then resolve it, like you just mentioned. If that does happen again, how should I respond or react? Do I give you time? Do I give you space? Do we go for a walk?
Yeah.
Do we, what I love this from our assistant fire team captain, what Jeff Lobeck mentioned on a podcast recently, who said, never go to bed angry.
Oh God, yeah.
Between the two of you, like if you had the problem that night, solve it before you go to bed. Like make sure you're both happy and cleared the air before you go to bed.
Mhm.
Otherwise, you would just keep penting up that anger, and it would just stack. And if you hadn't cleared the air before, that would probably ruin the relationship, or at least harm or damage that relationship. So make sure you never go to bed angry, and so always clear it. If anything happens, set the boundaries, make the communications clear.
I feel like you're very good. Also, like have code words when shit is about bad.
Yeah, like what Tony Robbins says, right? I need to go for a walk.
Amber alert.
No, what like Tony Robbins says, right? Tony Robbins does this. He goes, I need to go for a walk with Sage. He goes, honey, I need to go for a walk, right? That's the code red alert is Tony Robbins needs to go for a walk to clear his mind before they continue with whatever the issue is with.
Excellent. Okay.
Well, I'd like to chime in on this one. This is where I'll put L to all men. So I'm very sorry, boys. I'm just going to be real here. A lot of the times when women prematurely tries to get certain things out of us, I like to think that, I mean, this is based on my own experience. I don't quite know what I don't quite know maybe what's processing in my mind at the moment. It's still processing, so think of an old hard drive, or even when you're on Windows and you're trying to load up many windows together, and then all of a sudden you're playing too many things. What happens? You get the
insufficient RAM space.
Exactly that.
The blue screen of death.
The blue screen of death.
RAM memory use 99% overheating.
Exactly. So
this is when you get a blue screen of death, right? When your computer just crashes.
That's right. So we need that time to kind of process. I mean, yes, you can turn around and laugh at us and say that we're just as slow as Windows 3.0 in certain
it's true. No, it's true. It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true.
But it is exactly that. Because at the end of the day, if you could turn around and say, hey, what's going on? In your mind, one bit of you might be saying, right, I might be, it might not even be related to a relationship. I mean, it might not be even related to you altogether. It could be something else. It could be like just like thinking, right, I'm budgeting for next month. I need to go and see you and see my family, and I need to change 2 new tires on my car. Not saying that everybody's like that, but it's just a very bad example. We've got things going on in our head, and we really just want to, figure it out. Because that at the end of the day, am I right in saying, Delara and everybody else, Love and Kirsty in the room, am I right in saying that women loves a man with a plan? They like, so imagine if we're still processing. I don't know. What are we doing next week? No, this is, and then you're getting more and more agitated as you're going on, because it might not even be a problem with you to begin with or anything else. It might just be us trying to work out what's going on, how we're gonna, be that man with a plan. So sometimes it really gets to me. I mean, my like Ick, your ex used to do that. My ex used to definitely do that. What she used to say, what's wrong with you? I can see that you're thinking. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, you tell me about it, bro. Tell me about it.
I can. Yeah, great. So thanks for emphasizing that. I know I'm thinking. But what are you thinking about? go on, you can tell me. And I was like, I don't even know what I'm thinking about at the moment. Like, you know?
And this, ladies, you will never understand. You will never understand just how us men will never understand what women are going through during their monthly period. You women will never understand what's going through our men's head. It's just biologically you will never understand.
And Kirsty, one thing for you as well. If you think sex would be able to de-stress everything, especially for a guy, I can tell you, if we're in the middle of a thought process, you'd be lucky to even see anything get up anywhere.
Very true. Very true.
You know,
very true. Yeah.
It's just as truth as it will come. You know, this is the hard truth. You wanted the truth, and you wanted to see what.
It's beautiful because I think it's just no point for you guys here to kind of listening and telling us, because knowing women, I think what really helps women is that if you can understand genuinely like what men need, but not from me, from you guys, from men. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you guys need, but I need to learn it from you guys because you're the men.
And I'll say also sometimes as well.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah. No. I mean, sometimes a man just might not want to say anything. It's because he knows it's nothing important. And it's like, you know, like how, I don't know, like, I mean, I don't want to be any, I don't want to say the wrong thing to project, like, I don't want to, look, I'm not sexist or anything, right? I'm not generalizing, but, you know, like sometimes women, you know, you girls get agitated over silly things. I call it silly things, like your nails and your hairs, right? Really? Yeah, things like that, right? And to us men,
my nails
it's like, right, right, and to us men, we're like, okay, cool. Right? It's like that's supposed to be a problem. Oh, okay, cool, right? But on the vice versa,
in your head, probably I don't give a fuck box, and then that goes in that box.
Right. Do you know the amount of times that you? Sorry, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'll just finish up. I mean, like, so sometimes, like what George was saying, like sometimes what's going through our head, like it could just be something that is so mundane and silly. It's like the woman's trying to understand, like, what's going on, what's the problem, and to us, it's like there's no problem. The car's just not starting up. But you know, you don't need to know about that. It's like it's irrelevant to you. I don't want to waste your time and waste my breath telling you things about stuff that you don't care about, because like I know what your response is going to be. It's like, oh, so why are you stressing over it? It's like, yeah, I know, but I'm still stressing over it. Right? Yep. And it just reminded me of a meme. Like there was a meme I saw years ago on the internet, right, where the woman was like, he's not talking to me, he's not responding, oh, he hates me, he doesn't love me, and the man's just sitting there thinking about the motorcycle's not starting.
Yes.
For George, it would be, why is the turbo not boosting?
Yeah, boost leak. Where's the boost leak coming from?
Where's the boost leak? Where's the leak? Where's the leak in the car? There's something leaking. It's not
exactly
boosting.
Right. Let me put it into this context for you guys. Women, now you guys were hating me for saying this. This is the. I'm waiting for the guys to do this. I'm trying to save you. Don't say it. But, right. Okay. So, do you ever get the time when you're sitting next to your guy friend or your partner, and then you sit there after a really horrible day of work or whatever, or hanging out with your friends, and then you rant to your partners? Oh, Karen, she's an absolute bitch. You know what she did today? Da 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 da. You know that meme, Homer backing into the hedge? That's us. Because the thing is, we feel like if we say something wrong, or if we sort of say agree with you, maybe you might just snap back at us and say, you know what? Why did you agree with me? We're like, okay. You put us in such a situation where we actually feel like, okay, you're going to be wrong or you're going to be right. Either way, take a 50-50 gamble and you might still be in the shit, you know? So that's exactly like kind of like the opposite. And that's what we're trying to prevent. Can you imagine the conversation that we'll have for you? For example, my latest one would be, Should I go 2.4 or should I stay 2.2 in my car? Should I actually upgrade to Cyvex management system? You guys will be like, what the hell is that? You know? Oh, I've got my old turbo kit. Yeah, I'm going to sell for £4,000. Is that a realistic figure? Am I actually going a bit too high up?
Exactly.
You know.
Imagine that, George. Put this into context. Imagine you saying that to your wife, "Honey, I got to talk to you. I've got this serious issue." Yeah, okay, honey, I'm ready. Come on, tell me what's the matter? What's the matter? I'm thinking about whether I should upgrade it to the 2.4 engine or.
And then it goes nowhere because she will always say, "Follow your heart," and you're like,
or she would just say, "Why are you even telling me?"
Yeah, and then you'll be like, some of them actually say, "Follow your heart," and then that's when you say, "Have you ever watched Fast and Furious 7 where the two cars part each way? You know, where Paul Walker goes and does his own thing and Vin Diesel does his own thing?" Yeah, you know, that's me right now. I'm in that crossroad. I don't know where to go. You know, so does that did that help? And they're like, "Well, why are you blaming me?" And that's when a whole argument out of nothing sparks up. This is the reason why we're quiet. This is the reason why we don't say anything. Yeah. If anything, we might not talk to you for a very good reason. We might console with our friends, partly because if I was to talk to Jono about a ULEZ exempt DC5, he might know that a little bit better than, say, me talking to you about Delara. And Delara, you probably just sit there and be like,
I'm not gonna lie. I'd be like, you know what? I don't care. Go and speak to Geek and Jono. I couldn't care less. My chipped nails than your car. Like,
I'll just quickly. I'll just quickly involve Love Leanne. I mean, like, to answer her question.
A lot of questions there for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's following on because, like, she. Liam basically said, you know, guys, you need to understand it may cause anxiety if we don't take a moment to reassure us, to make us feel secure. And, you know, why not? No, I absolutely agree with you. So this is not to say that men shouldn't communicate with women. We're just using this as an illustration and example why men don't communicate with women. Well, majority of men, especially the very sensitive men, why we don't communicate with our women. And that's exactly why, so that you have some sort of reference and understand where we are coming from. It's not to say that we shouldn't communicate with you. And it's not to say that we shouldn't reassure you, because that's not what we're trying to imply here. You know, as a man, you know, I always reassure. Like, I'll use myself as a personal example. Like, for my ex, I always reassure, like, it's not, like, she always wanted to get me to talk. And I know, like, every time I talk, like, I tell her something like back to that example, right? It's like, it's just no point telling her, but I do reassure her. Look, it's nothing important. It's just related to business. So this is what's going on, blah, 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 blah. And then be like, okay, cool. Right. But, you know, I want to illustrate here that this is the reason why, for you women to understand why men are less expressive when they are going under stress. And if you can understand that, then you can start thinking about how you can approach them better. That's all it is. You know, that is all it is. I hope that answers your questions, Leanne. You know, but I absolutely agree with you. Communication is everything. At the end of the day, if you don't communicate, it's not going to go anywhere, right? Sis will tell you this. Delara will tell us this. Communication is the key to keeping.
I don't want to talk too much tonight. I think what you guys, like, three of you, like, sharing so many things, and I know ladies love it. So I want to kind of, like, just ask questions, because you guys have lots of questions.
Ladies, I'm just here to keep you entertained. I'm just here to banter. You know, I'm going to fill myself up with more red wine now.
Yeah, a few questions as well, and I thought they were quite good. If you want to, Jono, like, maybe go through them or something when you.
Yeah, I'll go through them. So where are we? Kara?
I see that question already.
Do you think social media has caused friction in modern relationships? Absolutely. Hell yeah. Like, there's so much jealousy going on. There's so much there's so much how do you use that word? Lack of trust. Lack of trust. I think that hits it. lack of trust or insecurity, a lot of insecurity, because guys get really jealous if you talk to guys on your mobile, on your messenger, or on your social media. Like the guys become very insecure and very sensitive, and they'd be like, why are you talking to so many different guys? Like, I'm your boyfriend or I'm your partner, right? And sometimes that definitely causes friction. And I'm not saying dismiss all your guy friends, but I don't know, there is that communication as well, and boundary lines. You gotta be careful of those, or just communicate very clear, like who is this friend and stuff like that. But yeah, there's social media is definitely a huge thing that has killed or broken many relationships. Even some of my friends, just because of some silly things on social media. And even in my head, I'm just like, really that. But you know that is sometimes what it took just to break it. Guys,
I let the experts speak first. Because I really do have I have an explanation for this.
No, go for it. Go for it, bro. No, I got nothing to say at the moment. Go for it.
What about Dilara?
Well, I think social media. Let me get back to question. Social media cause friction. Yes, absolutely, 100,000%. It has. It's because I think it's the same thing with everything else. And I always say that intention. Everything we have, we're living in greatest times when it comes to technology, because it can help us so many things. Like right now I'm in Turkey. It's like it's 2:30 here, but it's in London. Like I can join you guys. I can have that conversation because of social media anyway. So there's so many positive things that it's happening, and sometimes like people meet with each other. They wouldn't normally meet in normal circumstances if they were in the same country, so they can connect. But the trouble is, like everything else, it's too much accessible things, and sometimes like people, it just creates this anxiety in people, or the desire constantly more and more and more, which kind of like the accounts you follow, like the people that you're friends with, the private messages, the conversations that you have. And I know some people just get triggered by just their girlfriends or boyfriends or whoever they've photos and they like, and like, are they following more girls and more guys and things like that. Definitely it does create some sort of like insecurity, jealousy and anxiety, no doubt about it. But I really do think that it goes back to the same thing. As if you're talking about in a relationship aspect, I really do think that couples should have some boundaries around social media, and where they both feel fair, and they both feel like, okay, yeah, that's actually that feels okay to me, as in that, like, what's okay, what's not to be okay. Is it the times? And it's not about controlling, it's about boundaries. So it should be both sided. And I really do think that would just bring peace of mind. I think for some people, like creators or people like myself, for example, coaches, I end up having so many conversations with guys that, if I had a boyfriend, unless that he's a secure guy, he understands exactly what I do, he might become really insecure, but it's just work for me, like it's nothing else. So it's all about, I think it's really boundaries, it's all about intentions. So technology is amazing, social media is amazing, no doubt it bringing a lot of things, but intention, when it's used with the right intention, it can create miracles. Like you can meet with the love of your life over, I don't know, like a Facebook or Instagram. You can be like completely different parts of the world, but you can connect. But in the same time, it can separate with couples that they share the same bed and sitting next to each other. So I think boundaries, intention, and clear communication are key.
Right, I would like to add to some of this. So it depends really on. Okay, we're definitely, it has social media has made an impact on modern relationships. I do agree with that. I think in a lot of ways and sense, social media is kind of like an extension of our personal space. Okay. And if you want to let that person in, I think it's one of those things that it sometimes takes time, and it also depends on whether the other person has a sense of security. Okay. The reason why I say this is because I've got like the worst security code on my phone. I keep forgetting PIN numbers and everything else, let alone remembering all my bank code numbers. I mean, I crap you not. So if I was to put this phone to sleep right now, yeah, and swipe up and eventually when it comes up, my passcode is actually okay. So
your phone won't be there next week.
cheers, mate. Thanks. So the thing is like I've had this before in the past where my ex was like, well, she goes into my phone and she can't find anything, and she's always looking for something there.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Taboo.
one of them, and
Taboo.
you know that ex as well. You know that ex as well, Jono. And the thing is, she's like, "Where's your other phone?" And I'm like, I don't have another phone. Something must be going on here. What's going on here? And it comes down to I think it comes down to some people's security. I think this can happen to men and women as well, not just not just women. Because at the end of the day, if you have an insecurity of some kind, it falls back onto yourself, and therefore the only the reason why you're checking on somebody other than suspicion would actually be the insecurity of your own self, I think. And that's exactly that. I mean, for us, I have an open book policy to anybody who comes into my life. Okay, but it really is as bland as that. I mean, for me, I don't, there's no random escapades of, loads, chatting with loads of girls and whatnot, but the thing is for them, maybe they've had a really bad experience. And like I said, it can go for both sides, guys and girls as well. And if they've had a bad experience, they'll try and reflect that towards you, and then sometimes that does get a little bit nasty, because no matter what I did and to try and fix that issue with my ex, it turned out that she was the person that I should have been insecure about all along, because she was toying with someone at work, and that's what happened. And it's loads of different variants, but I do believe that in a sense of way, your social media should be like an extension of your personal space. So even if you let them in, who knows? Some men do have things to hide, some women do have things to hide, but it's your one thing that one of my friends said to me before was, well, the reason why they don't like women checking their phone isn't because there's necessarily something to hide. It's like it's just as odd as, say, for example, unless you've got suspicions, and it's just as odd as like a guy going into the toilet looking for his partner's sanitary tile. It can get tedious like that. But I think yes, it has put a huge impact in modern relationships, but also at the same time, I think, to cap it off, it depends on how much you trust each other.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, do you notice I went on a massive rant before I got to the point? And I think that it does happen. It depends on how much you trust your man at the end of the day. It doesn't mean, there are different types of courting, even from way back into the 19th century, where many examples go where the men are out there working and women are already writing love letters to the other guys or other men, or other men writing love letters to other women. It's the same thing. It's just more instant these days rather than first or second part class posts.
And it's just so many. They could only write so many letters to like so many women. Now they can just copy and paste. Woman,
copy and paste.
Just like take time. That would be just like copy and paste.
Best thing they've invented for keyboard shortcut. Copy and paste. Love it.
Who remembers back in the early 2000s when we went and introduced ourselves with A/S/L?
ASL, yeah. Copy and paste. That's me, man.
Don't post sexy photos when taken.
Actually, well, why wouldn't you? Like, I think it's like it really depends, like that relationship dynamic, because some guys totally fine with their girlfriends doing that. They freaking love it. They share it. And some girls totally fine with that as well. Honestly, it goes back to what the kind of relationship that you have and the boundaries that, the communication that has been set in that relationship. I've seen couples posting in their personal accounts very sexy photos, not even with each other, and then they freaking love it. They support it.
Mm-hmm.
And it works for them.
I've got many friends whose other halves actually have their very own OnlyFans account.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. I know quite a few of them who support their partners through funding. We are going through some harsh times at the moment, and they're selling not necessarily, pictures that are bare naked of them doing some really, horror,
more like model acts and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
I get it.
Yeah, and they support it. And to be honest with you, if someone close to me was to do the same thing, I'd be completely on board with that. But the thing is, it's that mentality, isn't it?
If it works for the couple, it's great. Who are we to judge? Like it's that kind of thing. It's like between two people. So as long as it works for them, it's great.
Exactly.
Business, isn't it? Like, but if it doesn't, they got to be honest about it.
Exactly. I mean, I know a lot of women's Instagrams which don't feature anything to do with their boyfriends, and it's to do, and the thing is, some of this is their social media perception. If they're running, like their OnlyFans and stuff like that, the last thing you want to, another guy would want to do is like, wow, who's that stud? So I kind of get it, and men who gets jealous over this might not want to. You might want to keep fantasizing over those women because they're probably not really for you in real life.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's really important to be so honest about what kind of person that you can be with, and what's really, I always say it like the healthiest relationship. I know this is not for that, but I think like maybe we could tie it up for that. It's all about that. What's the ultimate vision for the goal? What's the values, boundaries? Oh my god, this is gonna go horribly wrong. Luckily, you guys drink tea, man. Like, if this was a real tequila show, that would be so. It'd be so different. So it's like, what's the relationship vision? What are the relationship goals in the long term? Like, what's wanted to, and what's non-negotiables? Acceptable. What's not acceptable? And like with your words, it was saying, what's the line?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it all goes back to what we initially talked about in the first few episodes when it comes to even the fundamental of relationship at the end of the day, right?
That's right.
You've got to know what you're looking for in a lifetime partner. You have to know.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to be so clear about what kind of person you want to be with, and what are your musts and what are your must nots, what you're willing to tolerate, what you're not willing to tolerate. at the end of the day, because I've got my list. It's no more than 3 things that I don't tolerate, but but I know what I want. So, like, generally speaking, I don't believe social media. Personally, it's just my personal opinion. I don't think social media is the reason why people have conflict in relationships. I think it's just another excuse for the conflict to happen, because the conflict has always been there. So for someone who is like, if you have a partner who's always insecure anyway, social media is just another excuse for him to be insecure. That's what it is. So the root cause is never the social media, right? Social media is just a platform. But I love what George said about social media, and that is it's an extension of your personal space. So actually, from a psychological point of view, you can actually tell how a person is with their boundaries based on who they allow in their social media as well, and what they do with their social media. You can already tell by nature what kind of boundary that person has in their own life. So I just say read into all of these things. Like, personally, I use social media for business and to connect with people. And it's only recently with my Facebook specifically, I've started to just, delete, cut out a lot of people that actually they're not my friends. I don't even want them in my life. I don't even want them on my Facebook, right? So my Facebook account went from like over 3,000 friends now to like less than 2,000. And I'm still culling, depending on a daily basis. And because I love what George said. It's like it's an extension of my personal space. I want to see especially the news feed. I want to see what I want to see. If I don't want to see something, then I either unfollow you. If you're a friend in real life, I will unfollow you. I just won't see your stuff, right? But it's the same thing. But it shouldn't be an excuse to be to be jealous about, for your partner to be jealous about, because I use LinkedIn for business and I use my Instagram for my brand. You see, very, very different. Like, Facebook is it's just for any daily social media, but Instagram is for my brand, LinkedIn is for my business and brand. So if my partner is not okay with the social media, well, then she's not the one for me anyway, to be honest with you. My ex fiance were like an Instagram influencer. She didn't post any bikini nude photos, but she would post a shitloads of pictures, right? And if I was being a supportive boyfriend, I was the one who was taking the bloody pictures for her. Like, Dilara knows, like, I've been well trained. I can take a really good shot on the phone. I'm telling you, I know the angles and everything. I'll be like doing the crouching tigers with the
high up,
right?
Yeah.
On my boyfriend's CV right now, I could proudly put down Instagram boyfriend. I'll take a really good shot on the phone. I'm telling you, I've been trained. And but that was it. Like, imagine I was one of those insecure boyfriend, it would not work out. It wouldn't. But social media is not the reason that conflict happens.
I see Cara said something like, how can you tell their boundaries? Well, let me show you. Ick, would you like to be my girlfriend for now? Just for a few seconds, please, mate. Yeah.
Uh,
Good. A bit of role playing. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
How would you like me?
Then you can turn around and say, and be like, hey babe, can I take a look at your phone? And
All
if
right.
go on.
Hey honey, can I check your phone?
Here you go. What's that saying to me? What's that saying already? That's your boundary. You've hit it. Right?
Yeah.
If you try to take it off, if you try to take that off me, well, okay, you really have crossed into the red here, and there's going to be many, many dinners that you have to make that up for us, But you see what I'm talking about there is it's just that's the boundary. If you want to find out what the boundary is, online might not be very physical, but it is quite physical. If you can get hold of this, then there's no boundary there. But if you can't get hold of this and that phone's locked to high hilt with face, what was it called? Face ID 6 or 16-digit PIN code or whatever, there's your boundary right there.
Yeah.
You know,
I agree with you what you said there, George. You know, testing boundaries is a very simple matter. It's like what children do. Like my nephews. Like if any one of you follow my Instagram or my Facebook, you will see I'm always posting updated stories of my little nephews, right? And as children, they're always testing their boundaries until the age of 5. They're always testing their boundaries. So they will do things like extend, like go to different places, and until their parents say no. Until their parents say no. It's the same thing, right? So with adults, it's kind of like the phone thing, right? Imagine you ask like, can I check your phone? If he's cool with it, then he's got no boundaries with that phone, right? But if the boundary is like, why? Then you can kind of already sense that, he's not comfortable with you checking his phone. Not because he's got something to hide, but actually maybe that's where the boundary is.
Yeah, and Katrina said I think she meant what's on their social media. Well, you should be their friend. If you're not at least their friend on social media, then you're not. Then something's really wrong with you.
You got to question yourself.
It's like on the boundary that what account it is. Is it a business account? Is it a fitness account? Is it bikini models? Account. It is a. I don't know. It's a priest's account. I have no idea. Is it coach's account? Is it if it's a sex coach? Like they content is going to be completely different than in the business. Like especially corporate business coach.
Data Protection Act.
It's a different thing. I think if it's a business model as a business account, I really do think that requires more conversation, because that used in a business context, that's in an aspect of creating content, attractive clients, bringing profit. So that's different than somebody has a personal account and posting their foods, and in the same time posting photos with their underwears, and I don't know, like posting photos in bed. So that's kind of like two different things. So the couples should, in my opinion, at least, they should really have that conversation and just decide what's okay for them both, really, because it could be completely different.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the borderline with
sorry, George.
It's all right. I think the borderline with me, Dilara, is don't fuck with my bread and I won't fuck with yours. It's as simple as that,
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Simple. Yeah.
Say it is.
Look, I mean, like this is how I used to approach it with my ex, right? Because she was slightly insecure. She wasn't like full hardcore insecure. She's just a little bit insecure with a lack of self-esteem. So I would always ensure her. I would say, look, babe, look, because I have one of those high-tech phones where you could like register the thumbprint. Right, and then you don't need a passcode. You could just register thumbprint, and then it would just. So I register her thumbprint, so she has access to my phone 24/7 whenever she wants. She could just go beep, and then the phone would just be like, "There we go. I have access to his phone. I don't even need to tell her my passcode. She knows all of my passwords for all of this stuff anyway." But I said, "Look, I've got nothing to hide, but I want to make something clear. There's a difference between hiding something and having respect for someone's privacy." And I say, look, I would never check your phone. And for the 4 years that I was with her, that I've been with her, I've never once checked her phone. I never asked for it. I never slyly went to check her phone. I trust her fully. I just say, look, I would never ever check your phone, and I don't expect you to do the same. But if you ever need to, you have access. I trust you. But I don't want you to. That's what I said to her. I said, I don't want you to check my phone. I don't want you to ever need to check my phone for any other reason unless I ask you to. You see, there's a difference. That's what Jono says, laying the agreement, laying the boundaries, and having that clear communication from the start. And I just said, look, you have access to my phone. I would never do this to you. Don't do this to me. Because this is something about respect. It's like, and this is about privacy. And if you trust me enough, you shouldn't need to check my phone anyway.
Mhm.
If you don't trust me and you're insecure and you check my phone, that says a lot about you, not me.
I think it also says a lot about the relationship. So, like when you were saying it, I was thinking about it with my ex-husband. I was with him for 6 years. Not once I checked his phone. Not once. I never needed that. I never wanted to do it. Like it was in front of me. Like his computer would be in front of me. His business emails, and not once. But with somebody with ex-boyfriend, I was together with 6 months. I did go through his phone because I found shitloads of stuff. It was because it was the wrong relationship. Because the minute that I had that desire, and that's the kind of like that's the thing that we learn from each relationship. Like I learned a lot from that relationship. Like I said with my husband, like 6 years. 6 years is a fucking long time. You know, I have everything, not once, not even like, let me have a look at it. I never needed that. You know, it was everywhere. But with the ex, you know, for 6 months, every time I found something, I now when I look back, I was like, the minute I felt the urge to check the phone, that's a red flag that relationship is in serious trouble. And it was serious trouble. I wasn't making shit up, you know. It wasn't like I was insecure, crazy girlfriend. It was all over it. I kind of like knew I was going to find something. I knew what I was looking.
Yeah.
So I really do think that the minute that we start to feel that urge to go through our partner's like email or social media account or phone and text like that, that is actually as a really strong red flag that there's something is not okay in that relationship.
Here's a good question for you, sis. Cara just asked, it's a tricky situation. At what level of the relationship is one allowed to become insecure? You know, that's a really good question. Expectation in a marriage is different from a second date, yet I've had possessive dudes steal my phone on a second date. Oh my God. I took the phone back and dumped him. Good on you, Cara. That's a really good question. At what level of the relationship is one allowed to become insecure? I think you've just answered that, sis, but I think you can go into further detail, because what you've just mentioned is like, I think intuitively, if you...
I don't think I was insecure. I think it wasn't what made me insecure staying in that relationship.
No, but before you begin, I know you. I've known you before you even been in that relationship. I know you for so long. I know you're never those insecure type of person to begin with anyway.
But that's what I'm saying.
Right?
Like, God is my witness. For 6 years, I slept in the same bed with my husband. The phone was in front of me at all times. The computer, his laptop, everything was there. Like no password. Not even once I had the need to look at it.
Yeah.
But with this guy, every time I'm like, there's something going on in that phone. There's something going on in there. I looked at it and I found it. I found more than I could even imagine in my wildest dreams. I found it.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of maybe woman's intuition.
Yes.
I don't want to say just woman's intuition. When something doesn't feel right, it really doesn't feel right. Like, I think it's one of those things, just put your hand in your heart that if you feel really insecure, if something related to you, that's on you. But I just knew this shit wasn't my stuff. That I just knew something was going on. So I guess that the minute that you start to feel even the urge that I should look, there is something on that phone. It's the red flag in that relationship.
I'm gonna slightly slide the fact that, you know, I hope everyone who's listening knows that Jono and I do intuitive work and we train people in intuition, right? So the reason why I say this, right, is because, Cara, to answer your question, is like, you gotta be able to distinguish the difference between your intuition and your insecurity.
Yes,
they're very, very different. And you have to be honest with yourself, right? You have to, because I don't know you, Cara, so I can't say for you. I know Dilara. I know Dilara for so long. I know Dilara is not the insecure type of person to begin with. So when she felt insecure, that's an intuition. That's like, no, there's something's going down here, and she's picking up on something that's not right. And she was absolutely right. So that was not insecurity.
Because for me, it was not that. It was his body language.
Exactly. It was everything else, right? Everything else telling you, giving you the clue.
The way he was holding that phone, the way he was looking at that phone, and his body language, I was like, no.
Yeah.
You're not looking at that phone. There's a conversation, maybe conversations going on there.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, and then I'm like, I don't know what it is. Like, obviously, like, if nothing was there, I'll be fucked, because then I was like, oh shit, I'm a jealous girlfriend. It's not something that I've been, but I'm like, there's something there, because you look at it, you're holding it. It's like, it's like, I don't give a fuck. There's nothing private goes on there. Like, I can just leave it here. Like, I'm not gonna have any weird look. But when I'm up to something, my energy will change. The way that I hold this phone will change. The way where I put this phone will change. And that's one thing that I think maybe us women particularly just pick it up. And I'm not sure that's count under the category of insecurity, or like you say, intuition. I just know you're not looking at that phone like just a phone.
I think that just comes into common sense. Sorry for me to kind of butt in
please,
here.
please.
Yeah. This really just come into common sense, because at the end of the day, let's say, for example, my date Ick sat right next to me, and he sees that I'm quite intensified with tapping onto the phone and doing this, that, and the other. Hey, babe, what are you doing? And I'm going to be like, oh, yeah, not a whole lot, just writing this out. And I'm not hiding my phone. I'm sitting right there. But body language, like you said, Dilara, not a whole lot. Back against him now. Yeah. And then just like typing away, you know.
Energy.
Yeah.
Changes. Like, it's just, it's there. It's not, almost like it's not possible not to see it.
Exactly. So this is the reason why, I completely agree with you as well. Body language is very important. So if you guys ever want to know more about body language, Jono and Ick run a course. Sign up.
You guys run a body? Do you guys run it like?
No. I don't think. I don't know. I don't think I qualify to teach body language. I know a lot about body language, but I don't qualify to teach body language. There's a difference. Not yet, anyway. Not yet.
Intuition, then. Intuition.
Intuition.
Fine. Body language.
Intuition. That's absolutely
quite
fine.
qualified for that. Yeah,
I can definitely train you on intuition to enhance that. That's not a problem.
Anyway, I'm going to put in my part now, because I've been quite.
Yes, please, Jono. We've been trying to hear your wisdom.
I've just been watching you guys just like go around. I'm just like, oh, interesting conversation here. Well, like I said, last few times now, I think I mentioned this with me and Pauline, setting the boundaries and the communications from the get-go, and even like Ick said as well, her fingerprint is registered on my phone. If she needs to go for it, she can go for it. But the only reason that she does go onto my phone is to send herself photos that was taken on my phone.
That's a valid reason.
That's the very reason that she goes through my phone, is that if there's photos taken on my phone and she needs to send it to herself, she'll go on my phone and send it to herself, because I would forget to do it.
Yeah.
And that means she would not have the photos to post on her Facebook and Instagram and whatnot. So that'd be delaying her to get shit done, really. Yeah. So she does it herself and gets it even done with in her own time, whenever.
That's actually very good. That's a very good idea. I'll take that on, actually, because otherwise, can you imagine that? We put it into. We all men have a to-do list, just like a woman does. But our to-do list doesn't prioritize pictures.
So George, this is the reason why my ex had all access to all of my stuff. She knows all my passwords. She did all the everything. It's because I was like, you do it for me.
Yeah. It's nice having the PA while you
Exactly, right? Why not? Why not?
Yeah. So so there you go. I think there's the answer. I really like Jono's input as well. It was pretty much spot on.
Yeah, Cara. I mean, like, what's your? I love this one, by the way, Cara. I love your input. I love your contribution. Please carry on contributing because it's you highlight some really good stuff here that we could talk about. I don't know. I think it's. I don't feel comfortable with this statement. I think it's healthy to have a healthy amount of jealousy. Let's see. If a guy wasn't jealous in a little bit, I don't think he would care about me.
So the question, let me reframe it for you guys. Do you guys like fell in love with somebody so much, if you like, for you with Pauline, that you didn't feel jealous?
No, never.
So you never fell in love with somebody that you didn't feel jealous?
I never have jealousy.
Okay.
Never. A jealous guy.
So then you can experience love without jealousy.
Yeah. Jealousy has nothing to do with love.
Okay.
That's the misconception.
I know that. I'm just reframing that for you guys.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for reframing that for us. I mean, like, Jono will agree with me. Jealousy has nothing to do with love. It has nothing to do with how you feel for a woman. If anything, jealousy is a big sign of a man's insecurity. That's all it is. It's related to insecurity. It's not related to love.
Obsession a little bit.
Yeah, and you know what? If anything, based on my recent research, I've been doing some studying and research on narcissism and narcissistic traits.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, right.
Relationship with the narcissist.
I can tell you one thing, Cara. Jealousy is actually a very subtle hint. It's like, I'm not saying it is a narcissistic trait. It is linked to it, but it's more relating to insecurity. So if a guy is jealous, depending on how jealous he is of what's as well, and his obsession level, he's somewhat got some narcissistic trait, and you got to be careful of that kind of guy you're dating anyway to begin with. But I can tell you from firsthand experience as a man, I've never been jealous. I've never ever been jealous with anyone that I love genuinely. Never. Okay.
Just don't drive my car.
I've been obsessed. Here's the difference, sis. I've been obsessed, but I will never be jealous.
So
there's a difference.
I think what is it that probably Cara is saying, which I think this whole the way to superior man that brought up, like, claiming the woman, and sometimes that's what I was like when you asked me your favorite books. I was tempted to give that one on my top one because that book can get out of context really easily. And in that book, a lot of the time it says that men need to claim women. I think that claiming creates some misunderstanding, and for some people, like, can take in completely opposite of the toxic side of it, where that possession, obsession, jealousy, that kind of thing. But I guess, like, what would be best, you guys thinking about what this claiming, if so called, means for you guys.
Yeah. I love what Kirsty just said. Jealousy is a trait of wanting to possess someone, not love them. That's I believe that's to be true. I actually believe that to be true.
100%.
You see,
exactly.
I think, Cara, what you want is a man to obsess over you. That's fine, because that means he loves you enough to he's always thinking about you at least. But you don't want him to possess. You don't want him to have this possessive feeling over you, which is what jealousy is. Jealousy is like, she's mine. How dare she talk to another man? Right? That's possessive. That's possession. That's not obsession. There's a fine line, but it's very, very different, and it's not healthy. One is very narcissistic. One is very toxic. Whereas obsession is slightly different. I can obsess with someone. I was obsessed with my ex. Oh yeah. I was thinking about her lots of time when I was, especially the very first few years before she got me very
Fast forward.
volcano.
Fast forward.
Yeah. So, but no, obsession. You want the man to obsess over you, but you don't want him to be jealous. You don't want him to be jealous. You don't want him to be possessive over you. There's the fine line.
I think there's like you said, Ek, there's a very fine line between someone saying, I really liked the picture you took today and you put it on Instagram or whatnot.
Yeah.
And there's a difference between him saying, why did you put that picture up on Instagram?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, if I'm not comfortable with my ex pulling up a photo, I'll be like, that looks really pretty, babe. You look hot and sexy. I don't feel comfortable sharing with other men, though. I'd prefer it if I just keep it in my own personal bank, if that's okay with you.
God.
Now,
The mental image
shows
of that was
you see. There's that slightly different. That's the difference, right?
Yeah, so Kirsty hit this on the nail on the head. If a man ever tried telling me who I could and couldn't spend time with, oh boy, they're going on the curb.
I love that. I love
more
that.
power to you, babe.
You go,
Yeah.
Kirsty. You go, girl.
That's
you
nice.
go.
Chase
woman
that
power right there.
That's
It's not even woman power.
a
It's
strong
just
bit of feminism.
being sensible about who you surround yourself with and boundaries.
I think it comes down to the key point of security, isn't it? It's someone who is comfortable being in their own shoes. Go ahead, Laura. Go ahead.
It's not just the individual security, is it? It's the relationship security as well.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, both men and women can be secure about themselves, but if they're not secure about the relationship, then there really isn't a relationship, is there? I mean, the last thing you want is two egos clashing with each other.
It will always happen. That will always happen, regardless.
Yeah, well, we're men. This is why the term gentleman is there. So you kind of just say, all right, babe, yeah, you win, yeah, okay, you go ahead. Then you turn around and go.
And then there's a mirror there, and then we see.
No, George, that's when the man turns around and talk to the man only.
Yeah, and you see and then it goes back around to what we was talking about before. Like why we're silent and not saying anything, and then like why we have to.
Actually, I think this is important. I don't know if the woman out there knows. I don't even know if sis you know this, but I'll share some insight to a man's world to you ladies out there. Okay, when a man is talking to another man about his problem and not sharing his problem with you, 99% of the time it's about you.
Say that again.
Mm-hmm.
Say that
So
again.
majority of the time, when a man is sharing his problem, talking to another man, like his best buddy, his brother, about a serious issue, a problem that he's stressing over, but he never shares it with you, I can guarantee most of the time, the reason why is because he's talking about you. You're the problem.
God.
Yeah. That's something.
It is the truth. I mean, a friend of mine got married a few years ago. And it was one of them. I hate to say it. There's no better term, but I'm trying not to be racist. Asian marriages, where they really didn't, get too much of a choice. It's like the parents meeting the other parents, and then they made a mutual agreement, and they got married. That was it. He hated it so much he had to lie to his ex-wife to come out to the shisha lounge to speak with us. That's how bad it got. It was so bad. I mean, eventually he they divorced and whatnot. It was a messy one, but still, it it shouldn't take anybody to get to that point.
It could have been avoided, right?
It should have totally been avoided. Again, I think it comes down to understanding each other and boundaries, like you said, and also where parents traditionally in the past would overstep the boundary as well.
Yeah.
Quite a fair marker.
Yeah.
Arranged marriage, the term you're looking for, Kirsty said.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
It's still very common nowadays, isn't it? Still in the Asian culture, still.
It is, yes.
I mean, you know what? With arranged marriage, this could be a topic we could talk about another time, because it's quite fascinating. I've done some little bit of digging into that as well. Apparently, it's still very common right now in India, especially because of the religion of Hinduism. But actually, I've also done some study and research into it, where actually arranged marriage is actually quite healthy if done right. If done right, it's actually very healthy, which is why they still do it to this day. And I know a couple of old Asian Indian couples that they're still with each other, and it was through arranged marriage, and they're still very, very much in love with one another, and it works. It does work. Like the statistic, actually, if you look into the statistics of arranged marriage of India, I'm not talking about Chinese. Chinese arranged marriage never works. I'm talking about Indian arranged marriage. All right, Indian arranged marriage. If you look into the statistics, actually, majority of it has proven it to be very healthy and works really, really well. There's a science to it and there's a logic to it. This is something we can talk about another time, but it's fascinating. I love it. I just love the whole.
The person in question was actually that was actually a Middle Eastern arranged marriage. Yeah, so we're in the right region there, unfortunately, and he fell into a bad statistic. Cara said something as well. There will be a question in the beginning. Where do we stand with each other? And I think I'd like to answer that because that actually caught my eye. Yeah. To begin with, I mean, every single relationship, the term, as you get to know each other, you grow closer with each other. Think of that closeness as goalposts. You're moving those goalposts. I'd like to think, if you're on the first date, it's highly inappropriate for you to turn around and say to your first date, I think something's. I just want to disclose to you that I have some issues down there, or whatever.
It took me a while to clock on. I was like, okay.
Yeah. Because it's quite a personal thing. But if you're married and you've been together for, even say 3 years or even 1 year, right? And to say the same thing, it wouldn't feel so bad because obviously from feeling this is awkward, oh my God. Cara is a hypothetical thing. It could be anything else. That's the only thing I can think of at the moment. Get the wine out, everybody.
This is why we never do this chat show without red wine. Okay, this is why.
But
I'm loving this. I am loving this.
So, but if you're married with that person, you can definitely discuss that personal issue, whether regardless it's something down there
too late
up
by then.
here. That's right.
Bro, that's like buying a car that doesn't work, man, and then you get buyer's remorse.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You bought the car at first; it ran very well, but later it might need an engine rebuild. You're not going to go out on the first date with somebody and tell her, by the way, before I spend any money on you, it needs an engine rebuild.
My gosh.
So, in regards to where do you stand, like I said, moving goalposts. I think that's the best.
Oh my god, Kara's so lost. Kara, we love you. We love you so much. Kara,
Makes
you're
mental
so
notes to
cute.
mention my lower half.
Kara is so cute, man. Oh man, you're so cute.
Okay, Cara.
Sarah.
Okay, put it this way, Cara, would you feel a little bit awkward if I was to ask you? So, on the first date, how do you? Don't make me laugh, guys. How do you? How do you French kiss? You know.
Oh my gosh. So George is basically, I'll just say in a very political
Articulate
and
it, please.
professional way. I'll articulate it in a very political and professional way. What George is saying, we don't talk about the personal stuff necessarily on the first few days. The personal stuff, okay? The personal, very, very personal. Boundaries.
Yeah.
In terms of boundaries, yes. The personal stuff. Very personal, I'm talking about.
Yeah, there is a point where it's awkward, and there's a point where you're kind of comfortable with each other.
So George, let me clarify for Cara's dear sake. What you're saying is that obviously you get to a point like the goal of the relationship is like you get closer and closer with each other, where you get comfortable enough to share more intimate and personal confession, right? That's what you're trying to say.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, that's what he's trying to say, Cara.
Whether that's just the spectrum of it. It could be anything else. I mean, you're not going to go on the first date. Well, some might actually. You're not going to, generally speaking, you're not going to go on the first date with somebody and say, for example, stop, Jono. What's your bank account look like, for example?
How much figures you got in your bank account right now?
Exactly, but if you're 3 years or so into a relationship, sorry, Delara, I see you talking there already. Apologies. If you're 3 years into it and you're married, you'd be discussing personal finances with each other, but definitely not on that first date. I think I should have touched on this to begin with rather than.
Well, some people do that as well. Like I think dating context has really changed, and I really do understand that why there's so much confusion is one of the reasons that I don't call myself as a dating coach at all, regardless of the conscious dating or anything like that. And one of the reasons is that some people say, some like dating experts say, Kirsty is cracking me up. Some dating experts, for example, they say that it's best that just say what you want and get really clear. So if they don't like it, they don't like it. You don't need to waste time. Sort. Basically, sort people out. Like, because the more, like, if you just keep in the first date, keep it really sweet, and then you go to second date, and then you keep all these really important questions for you till like third and fourth and fifth date, you're investing a lot. You're investing a lot of time. It's a lot of time. It's a lot. So you better to ask some of the questions in the first date. So I think sometimes that dating context gets super, super confusing. Like, what's okay, what we should do? Like, should we just get out of the way? Should we just so blunt and ask everything? Should we not do that? To be really honest with you, like personally, I don't have any one answer would be applicable for everybody. I think everybody should do whatever feels true to them. If it feels true to them, I don't want to waste any time. I'm just going to ask it bluntly. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't want to go to second or third date. For example, for some woman, because there's a lot of male clients who said to me, like, some woman just asking about, children in the first conversation is really scary. I'm like, well, they have every right to do that. If they're like 35, 36, something like that, and they really want to have kids, they're not going to fuck around with you, say like months. Like, they're just going to be straight up and say, do you want children? I want children. I want to have a baby. Like, I want a serious relationship. So, but I think one of the reasons that there's a lot of questions, from Cara as well and Kirsty in that aspect, like when income, for example, it's really important for some people. They just want to know like what kind of car you drive, where do you live in, what kind of background do you have, because they don't want to waste time with this like staying pleasant, or like, let me just be so sweet and so that. Let me ask this second question. They're like, okay, can your income would be a match with me? Where you live would be a match with me? What kind of car are you driving? What is it you want? Have you been traveled? How many stamps that you have on your passports? For some people, that's the important things, and I really do think that sometimes that actually creates a lot of confusion. And I do understand, and I guess like in some more traditional, calmer context, yeah, like that's crazy, man. In the first date, that's a lot of question. But if you actually flip it, is it? Is it a lot of question? Because if you're not compatible, should there be a second date? Or is it better to say, do you know what? I don't want to have a baby at all. I'm not your man.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that because I don't give a shit. Like, I might be like in my 30s, but I can always have a child. Like when I'm 50, I'm definitely not going to have a baby for the next 5 years. Like my income is actually not that much, so we're not going to be compatible. Do you want to just waste time another like 2 days, 3 days, whatever, like a few months? Or shall we just get this out of the way that, let's go for sorting? So I guess in that, yeah, Cara, dating has become an interview for sure. I mean, really depends what is it that you're looking for, what kind of connection you have with people in the same time. So with some people, I think like COVID slowed everything down. Because with COVID that you can't meet with people. Even then some people don't even want to do the video dating. So for them, that's going to be delay. So some people say that, okay, what's the point for me to dating right now because I can't do it. Some people just say, okay, maybe this could just give me a chance to connect with people. I think like in the past, there was a one size fit all for dating, but definitely not anymore. Well, that was a bit of a rant, but anyway.
I love it.
No,
Thank you.
I like it.
I just want to get it out of the way.
I mean,
Cara said, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna add, Cara. I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't want to know. I don't know your age and everything and what you're looking for. You just gotta be very clear what you're looking for in a man. I can't stress how important that is. Just be very clear, because look, I'm 36. A man my age kind of value his time a lot more than when he was 26. Right. So actually, for someone like me, for a woman to ask me about my income and stuff like that, I'd be happy to share, because I'm not here to waste time either. So it really depends on what you're looking for and what stage of your life you are in right now. So like right now, I know, like for example, I know it would be absolutely reasonable if you say, look, I'm a woman, I'm hitting my 32s next year, and I just want to get married, I want to have kids, I'm not here to fuck around, I want to be in a committed serious relationship with a man that loves me. And you set your intention, you tell them that, and it's like, and if the man respects you, and if the man is at the right ages in his time as well, because if a man is 36 and he doesn't respect you because of that, he's quite immature, I'll tell you now. Okay, so you gotta really assess what age group of a man you're dealing with, and you read, and at the end of the day, it's about what you want at the end of the day. Now, it might sound selfish, but relationship, it is like that. It's selfish. You have to start from a selfish point of view. You gotta know, what do you want from a relationship first, because if stability is important to you, then income is very important. You can't be dating a bum, because he's not going to give you right. If you date a bum, right, Delaris will tell you this, right? If this, you agree. If you're a woman in your 30s and you're dating and stability, like financial stability, is important to you, and you're dating a bum is not going to work. Dating a bum who's got no income coming to you is never going to work, no matter how charming and hot this guy is, right?
Or no matter how amazing the sex is, that's just going to turn off as well. I can tell that. But just before you carry on, I wanted to point something out. Cara lives in LA, and LA dating scene is actually really different than UK, because UK people are more polite and people are kind of like a little bit tiptoeing some certain things. But LA dating scene is slightly more complicated than UK. Just want to point it out.
Okay. Well, if I take that into consideration, I still say this: human nature doesn't change, and
Agree with you on that. Yeah, totally.
human nature doesn't change, and
Yeah.
no matter which location of the world you are in, men and women will respect one another based on their values. Okay, so one of the things I do as a clarity coach is I always talk about values. If you understand your values, you understand everything. Like, you understand yourself on a very high level. So when you respect yourself, and men respect you, and you respect men based on your values. So if you know your values, if you know what you're looking for, so basically value is just what's important to you. Okay, just to make it simplified, it's just what's important to you. If you know what's important to you, and you communicate and express what's important to you, the right man who respects that and admire you for that will love you. The man who doesn't get it, they're not for you. Period. They're not. So you don't have to even beat around the bush and try to play the game.
Yeah.
There's no need to. I mean,
Yeah,
dating hasn't become an interview. It always was an interview. You know, in my opinion, even down. Why do you think divorces happen? Because that interview has now come to a termination. You know.
Well, if you put it that way, okay.
You know,
oh man,
it always is an interview. I mean, it's just one of those things where, like, you start off with the very generic thing of like, hey, I'm George, you're so and so, and get to know each other. But as you get to know each other, even I mean, Dilara, you're a relationship coach, right? So you would probably have clients tell you that even 10 years down the line of a relationship, they're discovering things that they didn't know about their other partners.
Absolutely.
You know, so this is the reason why I would say that this is definitely a an ongoing interview. It is. There's no other way to put it. I mean, you know, it's just one of those things. And again, Cara said something about on websites they ask for incomes and lots of personal stuff. Well, as superficial as it is, some people do like to know that, because some people, like Ick said, don't like don't like dating bums. I mean, like, who wants to be going out with a guy who's 40 years old, not had a job for 10 years, and is on JSA? Yeah. Or in England, JSA is job seekers allowance. It's kind of like having state benefits. So yeah, I mean, you need to show motivation. Showing motivation means that you're able to have motivation to progress within a relationship, or even the potential to do so. If you don't have that, well, you don't have drive to drive your bloody self. What makes you think you can manage a relationship? Basically, I think that's the bottom line of what women would think. And some people just like to know the security of having a property. I noticed one of the questions that people put. I mean, when I was on a dating site, I actually put myself down as a $20,000 to $30,000 bracket, partly because I hate showing off. I'm not that guy, And on a first date, I guarantee you, and I always promise you, all my friends this, the S8s and all my toy cars get stowed at home. I am bringing the 2004 peeling paint Peugeot 206. What a car.
I love it, bro. I love it. I love your approach. I just love it.
You have to show people your true colors. Your true colors means a lot, and your first impression is very important. Motivation is more important than income, maybe. Right. But if you've got no motivation, then you're definitely, someone can say that I'm not making any money at the moment, but I'm really trying hard to get back into a job. That's very different. But I think if you've not had a job in like 5 to 10 years, you really do have to start questioning yourself. what's going on there.
I'll say this for Kara, just for Kara. This is just for you, Kara. This is something I said before, and it's something I've heard recently that it really stuck to me. Someone once said, "Don't fall in love with someone's potential. If you are to fall in love, make sure you're in love with the person that they are today, right now. So if they are a bum and have your money and you're okay with that, and if the possibility is he's going to be like this for the rest of his life and you still love him, great on you. But don't fantasize and fall in love with someone's potential. He could be this person if he does this, because that
I've actually got
but what gets us women excited more than money, that a man's vision and dreams and ambition.
Yeah.
So
So
that
yeah,
is turn on even for me. Like, I'm doing that professionally.
yeah.
Not a man's what he has right now, but when he talks about, but not like he talks, because otherwise a lot of men hears this and then they start to talk about it and it's bullshit. You can tell that they read a book and then they're like, oh, that girl, I saw that in Jono's live and said that, let me tell this, this girl on that day. So that's bullshit. But when a man really have goals, he has dreams, he has a plan, he always knows he wants to do. Oh man, that's like a freaking aphrodisiac, honestly. And because then when you man talks about it, you can see it, and then you go like, yeah, this is a man that he's got a vision, he's got a plan, he's going to take an action. Like, he's good. You might not have money, you might not have that, but no doubt,
I get that, sis. So I'll add this. I'll add on to what you're saying. So, but that is the him right now, though. You see. So it's not what he's saying. You said the plan.
Oh yeah, not just like
right?
talk.
So he's not just all talk. He's got a plan, and he's sharing you his plan, and you can see him taking action. He's doing everything he possibly can, and you can see it. He's demonstrating it, that he's working towards his goal. So he's not just all talk, right?
Yeah.
So you're falling in love with him for who he is right now.
Yeah.
The guy that he is right now is the guy who's taking action.
His mindset, his ambition. Right.
So he's not just all talk. He's like, one day I'm going to do this. I've got this plan to do this, and he's not doing anything. That's different.
Yeah.
But it still goes back to what I just said. It's just like, if you're gonna ever fall in love with a man, woman, ladies, fall in love with who they are today. Today, what are they doing today? Fall in love with their current self. And if you can love them for who they are today for the rest of your life, because the worst case scenario, think about the worst case scenario, right? The worst case scenario is that he will never change, and he'll just be exactly who he is today in the next 20 years' time. So maybe it will take him 20 years to succeed. But if he's still doing what he's doing and he's still going, and you're still in love with that, great on you. Great. But don't fall in love with someone's potential. That's the fantasy. That is a
bums need love too.
Yeah. There's a book that I was reading that I just looked at if it was here, but I think I left it downstairs. I'm going to paraphrase a quote, and I really think that's one of the most powerful quotes for for any kind of relationship, including dating. It says that when men fell in love with women, when women fell in love with men, she believes he will change. When men fell in love with women, he believes he will never change.
Yeah, I like that.
Really, really powerful.
Very true.
Yeah, because ultimately we want to change men, and men don't want us to change. So it's really, really fascinating, and then it just flips completely after you get into the relationship. And then like women trying to change men, and then men get really frustrated. It's like, where's the woman I fell in love with that who loved me for who
right, exactly, yeah.
She used to be funny, she used to be fun, like she used to be joyous, and now like, who is this woman? Like, bring the woman that I fell in love with.
Oh, that's so true. That is so true.
I've actually got a question for Cara. Actually, I know she's the best she can do is actually type, and maybe Delara, you can actually chime in on this one because something kind of stuck to my mind, which is like the dating scene in LA is different, right? Now, as far as I lived in America for a while, I studied, I done my bachelor's and my master's over there. And that was in North Carolina, so the East Coast, not the West. But women over there and men as well, I suppose, they seem to think and find dating multiple people during the beginning of a relationship is absolutely fine. I mean, whilst over here is a little bit more, whilst over here it's kind of like, well, you can go out and rather than going on a date, you're kind of just meeting these people. Over here, we call it, you're kind of just meeting somebody, right? You know, over there, they're going out on multiple dates, and it's kind of weird. I mean, maybe for Cara, how does it work? I'm actually curious. At which
planning
point
to move over there, bro?
at which point do you actually say? Do you say this is my suitor? This is dude. This is the man that I'm with, and then see, with me is the first thing that has gone in my head is, wow. So how many so how many lips have you kissed today, eh? You know.
Oh my god, Cara just said opportunities are all around for everyone. I love that. Oh my god, fucking hell, yeah, opportunities.
So when Cara is typing, obviously I don't live in LA, and also I'm not a dating coach, but just knowledge I have. So Cara would be the perfect person to correct me. As far as I know, yes. So you date with more than one people. Like you can date as many people as you want. And the next level is that you become exclusive, but you're still not in a relationship. It's not a committed relationship. So you're dating with somebody, we're just dating. And then we're exclusive, and then it's commitment, and then it's relationship. That's my understanding. So Cara, is that the right order? Have I missed something? Like, can you correct that? Which is really interesting because for a while that I didn't understand what the fuck is that. Like, what's the exclusive one? Is exclusive then? Is it in a relationship? Like, is it a commitment? They were like, no, that doesn't mean that it's a relationship. That's actually, you're just exclusive. Like, that means you're not dating with anybody else, but you're still not, officially in a commitment. So then, like, you're in a commitment, then you're in a relationship, and kind of like it's whatever.
Well, Cara just said is a hookup culture, so that kind of highlights some stuff for us. Oh, so there's no such thing as exclusive. There's no such thing as exclusive.
See, this is the thing. I've actually, it's actually happened to me before because obviously, when I was living in America, I actually got involved in a relationship with an American girl. And this was very young. I was 18, 19 years old.
You shared it.
And yeah, dude. It's one of them things. But once we got together, as in like, together, she actually broke the question and asked me, so how many girls were you seeing at the same time? And honest answer for me is like, because based on my culture, none. She couldn't believe me. She was telling me like, I was like, you was competing with you was really competing with like 6 guys, and congratulations. And I'm like, am I meant to feel good or bad? and you know what? It's something. It's weird. I mean, in America, where like, I thought over here we're diverse by like having guy friends and female friends, and we can still be friends even though they're the opposite sex. Over there, they really do get cuddly. Up until the point where it's just when you're. I think exclusive is when you literally more or less live with each other, right?
Well, no, it's not like that because this was what the year 2011. I really hope that you don't watch it, Richard. I just told your name. So I was dating with him. We're still kind of like friends, so it's all okay. No hard feelings. So we were. I thought we were dating. It was about 6 months, and then we were spending every single weekend together. He introduced me to his friends. A couple of times he called me his girlfriend. So when I was like, can't remember what was the conversation, but something happened. Then he turned around. He said to me, "We're not even exclusive." And I was like, "What the fuck does that even mean?" It's like 6 months, dude. Like if you're not exclusive, what the fuck are they? So, and I was just like so confused. That was the first time I heard that concept of like, okay, dating, like we're not even exclusive. I was like, I'm Turkish, like we're just gonna be married like in 3 months. What are you talking about?
Oh wow.
It was
I'm just reading her comments right now. You'd be lucky to get into a relationship label in LA that's taken but available for the right fling or better opportunity. I can safely say that I do go to LA every single year. Well, except for this year, for obvious reasons. But yeah, I never knew about that. That's madness.
yeah, I said that when Cara, that's why Cara is asking kind of for us, maybe it sounds like a bit, I don't want to say unusual questions, but different questions. It's because where she lives, because that's where she's more curious, and the way she sees it different than us, because it's the culture is very different there.
I think, Cara, your biggest challenge would be, because I don't live in LA and I don't know what the expectations are over there, but there's one thing I do know, and that is the challenge you're going to be facing is you need to be able to communicate your intention straight up and don't waste your time. Even though you know that's the culture over there, it should not be an excuse for you to lower your own self-worth and self-value. Because otherwise you would never attract the kind of man that you want who will only truly commit to you.
Boundaries.
Yeah.
Make that clear too.
Seriously, because look, I feel for you. I mean, like, we're bantering here and all of that, but I want the best for all the audience, right? I want the best for you, and I want you to find a happy, loving, ever after story as well. And I can tell you one thing: if anything I've learned about human relationship, not just intimate relationship, I'm talking about genuine human relationship, it's respect. Respect. I've said it was once, and I've said this twice. I'll say this again and again and again. There can be no love without respect. This is something Delara and I have agreed with. We came to a conclusion that there can be no respect if there is no love in the relationship.
No.
It just cannot happen. Okay? It just cannot happen. You need to be able to respect yourself so much to a point where you cannot tolerate certain things. I kid you not. I kid you not. I kid you not.
Bro, I was laughing.
Now I'm looking at that.
These comments is making me laugh. Sorry, bro. I know you're getting full serious there.
Kirsty, I love you. We gotta hang out one day. I'm telling you, you're gonna make me laugh so much that I will spill all my alcohol drink all over the place. Oh gosh, Kirsty is so much fun. You gotta bring her online one night, man. Seriously, she's just so much fun.
Tonight.
I will be sitting there watching. That's for sure. That'd be hilarious. Some of the stuff that she's come up with at the moment. Like, seriously, I'm like thinking
that's bad. She's got a few things.
You're not distracting. You seriously.
Yeah, you're not distracting at all. No.
You are bringing the material to the table right now.
And the banter. This is why I have red wine. This is why I'm here. You know.
But I agree. Like there is friends with benefits happens in the UK as a lot. You know, but there is one worse part. The worst ones that I've seen is the friends with benefits, but there's jealousy involved with that friends with benefits, and you're kind of stuck in that gray area that you don't want to be there, but yet you are.
What do you mean, George? Like what makes it temporary? Like you've got feelings for the girl?
Oh no. Like she. Okay. Try this one. Out.
Make it clear, man. Make it clear.
There's no feel. There's no.
Oh, let me
Fast when you said no. Like that was really hard. Whoa. For you, that
Like,
should not.
we're friends with benefit. I love you, but we're friends with benefit. You know, I just want a little bit more. So what is it? What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
So the friends benefits I've seen is like they're having sex with each other, and she's just or he's just denying that he got feels for her, or she's denying that she's got feels for him, but she or he will get absolutely pissed off if she or he sees her or him, you know, flirting with another guy.
Right, so there's some sort
That's
of
that grey area.
Yeah, so there's they actually like each other. You know, okay. Oh,
Yeah, but it's not like they're too scared to commit.
Benefits
yeah.
liking each other and sleeping together, but they're not really sure if there's a relationship or not. They're just like a confused people sleeping with each other and pretending like this is friends with benefits.
But this is the reason why they need you, Dilara.
Yeah, that's exactly why they need you, sis. You know, they need
Exactly.
they need you to coach them out.
Kirsty, just want to let you know, you ever heard them say boundaries are meant to be broken?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of like if
Jono, you should add this onto your theme as well, so we could talk about boundaries next time as well, because that would be another topic to talk about. That's a big topic. Boundaries. We could talk about boundaries next time or another time. Yeah. So see, this is Kirsty. We need you as an audience all the time. You're giving us great topics to talk about next. Yeah, I agree with you, George, on the commitment side. It's just a feeling of commitment. Yeah,
for sure. Like friends with benefits is not for everyone.
No.
It's not like not that many people can actually keep it friends with benefits. They either like one side fell in love with the other one, or they fell in love with each other, or they completely fuck the whole thing up. Not each other, but there's like I'm like, but that's just not that.
The
not
friends
like
become friendless benefits.
Yeah, friends is benefits.
Friendless, like you don't even stay friends anymore. Like the connection is gone.
I wouldn't be friends with the person that sent me to the GUM clinic.
Oh god.
Oh, sorry, babe. I've just given you chlamydia. That's all right. That's cool.
Yeah, I don't know if that will go down that well. To be fair, but
no, exactly. So you know,
no, but here's the thing with the friends with benefits thing is like at least the intention is clear, right? The intention was made clear in the beginning, so it goes back to that thing. Like, you know, we talk about boundaries, we talk about agreements. At the end of the day, it's about what's your intention, and have you communicated your intention in the beginning? That's it. That is
right.
really it. If you've done your job, then great. You know, then it's on them. But if you haven't, then it's on you. That's all I would say from there on.
Kirsty is going for it. Oh my god, she's talking.
Yeah, Kirsty, I'm trying to reread that. I'm trying to re-understand that.
I love Kirsty.
Not gonna lie. Okay.
Just the first knuckle, Kirsty. Just the first knuckle.
All right. Okay.
They're just bantering. They're just bantering right now. I love it.
Yeah, I've actually got a bit of an interesting one. Now, we can leave this to later because I think this would actually cross into probably next week. Cross-cultural relationships. Now, it is actually a very, very interesting one because Dilara, from the sounds of it, you didn't, you wasn't raised up in Turkey, right? And definitely, John.
Turkey, so I came to London when I was 22. So that's kind of really bizarre because I grew up in here, got some culture, but then I end up like staying in London for about 20 years. Now I'm back. I'm just having a complete culture shock. So it's kind
right. And the same with Jono and Ick as well. This is going to be interesting because cross-cultural dating. Now, when you look at the face of us, we're definitely fairly Asian, Far East Asian, Far East movement, Yep, but but the question is, there is a lot of issues. If you say, for example, you want to date someone from, say, your own culture, I mean, that doesn't exist for us technically, unless there's another British-born Chinese person. But if you was to go back to, say, China or Hong Kong, or in my case, also the Philippines, to date someone, the whole thing is so weird on how the dating culture is like. In China, it's more like a interview, like literally it's a job interview. It's like bank account, where you're from, house, car, that kind of stuff. Is a checklist. Yep. Hong Kong, well, there is a specific word for a well-known type of Hong Kong girls. Hong Kong girls, there is, and in Chinese it's Gonglei, and
I get it.
And then same with Turkey. I do believe that's very true as well. You got the traditional. My friends would actually describe that as the caveman type, where
I have a perfect example to share with you when you complete.
Please, yeah.
I have actually experienced that. Obviously, I haven't been in. Well, like when I was here, I was 22. So, I mean, I was still like teenager dating kind of things was different. So this is the first time I stay here this long. And if any Turkish person like watching that, I'm not saying all Turkish men, but I mean, I had a long conversation with my mom, and I was like, "Is this Turkish man is like this now?" So basically, there is this kind of like a shop. They sell this like a herbal stuff. Like it's bigger than a shop. Like they're actually quite big. And then whenever every year, 2 years, I come to Turkey to Bodrum, I go and buy stuff from there. And I always talk to owner as well. But also my job, I'm a relationship coach. So I always talk to people, and I love, like, that's something I teach with my clients as well. Wherever shop I go, I talk to people, I ask their name, I build relationships and things like that. So anyway, for me, this is like a shop that is just a nice guy. I just tell him like what I need. He just propose me, and I just take it. Anyway, so we went there, and then as always, I told him like what I need, and then I told him that I need salt lamb. Like I got this really gigantic one. He said, "Oh, don't worry. Like I bring it over. Like we'll do the delivery." I was like, "Yeah, cool." Anyway, so he came over. He dropped one here. He dropped one downstairs, and then my mom, as always, polite because we're Turkish. So he said, "Do you want to have a coffee?" Like we always ask everyone, like come to our house, like coffee. It's kind of like a hospitality. Anyway, so he said, yeah. So we sit and we talk about it. And my mom sees him like this nice guy that we go every now and then buy stuff. Anyway, we just have a conversation. And then I ordered something as well. And but he didn't have any time, like when he's going to be there. So he asked my number. So I gave him my number just for that, purely because of that. Anyway, and then he said it's been delivered. I said, great, I'll come and pick it up. Literally yesterday, that's what I'm saying. It's a perfect exact timing you said. I had 30 minutes for my client call. So normally like 30 minutes before I do my preparation. So this dude, literally, it was about 6:30. My client session was 7. 6:30, he sent me a message. He was like, hey, Diara, do you want to go to dinner tonight? You said that you love prawns. Like, I don't know like why I said it. Like we were talking about something seafood, and I said I really like prawns. Like, is there anything I can buy anyway? So it was like, you said you like prawns, so we can go to a fish restaurant. And I was like, I don't think so. But I didn't reply because I'm like, I can see it on the pops up on my WhatsApp, but I'm preparing my session. God is my witness. 10 minutes. He called me on WhatsApp. And he called me longer than it would even called me with an emergency.
Oh my God!
Shit out of me. Shit out of me.
Oh my God!
I literally wanted to throw in the fucking wall, and I just I can tell how pissed off I was because I found it disrespectful. I don't find it like compliment. Anyway, I thought, do you know what? I'm just gonna be polite because he's good friends with my mom. But they're not really good friends, but like I'm gonna be polite. I let it go. 2 minutes later, he called me again, and he rang probably again. Like I don't know, like. It felt like forever, it just didn't stop. Like normally it like even if it's emergency, we call each other, we stop because we know if somebody sees it, we're going to call it back. 3 times he did do that.
Wow.
I got wind up, I got so pissed off, and I'm like, literally I can feel it that it's just like coming up because all I'm thinking like, back off, dude. Anyway, so I thought, you know what, I better message him because my session was going to be in WhatsApp. This dude is going to call me. I said, thanks for the invite. I've got a client. No thanks. Right? I thought like this couldn't be blunter than that. Right? This is me being completely oblivious for culture. We were talking about culture. Because in Brit, I never in 20 years, no guy, not even British, no one in London, like I met, like, did anything to me like he did in one night. Then literally like he replied, he said to me, no problem, you can go out whenever you're free. Then he turned around and he said, but I'm going away for a yacht tour 3rd of November. And then the next message was like, why don't you come? I was like, okay, I just bought a fucking salt lamp. I'm not. We just have a coffee, and I'm just like, I can't believe this. Is this what it? I'm literally the way I'm feeling suffocated by this guy. I just can feel his energy like all over me. And I just went downstairs. I said to my mom, "You have to tell him to stop because I'm going to block him. I have a client." And my mom got so confused. Okay, bless her. Like she doesn't understand. Like she's what 72. She doesn't do dating stuff. You know what I mean? She was like, maybe he's because like you don't have friends right now here. He just nice. I said, Mom, we bought a salt lamp and few times different kind of herbal stuff from this guy. And we only had one coffee in because we were being called polite. He's asking me to go to yacht. What am I going to sleep? What am I going to do? Do you think? He said, I said to my mom, like, why does he not invite you? My mom was like, you're right. Like, she's so innocent. She's like, you're right. I'm like, this is what I don't like about most Turkish men. I was like, I feel suffocated right now. It's too much. And this is possessive. This is obsessive. And I just want him to back the hell off, like literally. But this is where it's perfect example for you.
Indeed.
For someone, literally for me, I grew up in UK, which is one of the things I love in UK. I never felt forced by guys. Not once. Well, sometimes it's a bit too extreme that I had to pounce on my ex-husband. So that's a bit too extreme. But
Can I? Yeah, go ahead. Can I just ask you a quick question? When he came around for that coffee, did he turn the cup around?
no, he didn't.
Would you like to explain to the audience what I meant by that?
Believes that you kind of like had a reading to somebody, like they turn around. That's the typical thing. Like if you go, like you always ask people, oh, do you guys read the coffee leaves? Like if you do, like you can tell me my destiny, so my future. No, he didn't. He was just like a normal chat. Just be polite. But literally, like I said to my mom, like, I'm not leaving this room. Like I'm not leaving this room. I cannot have that. I'm just like, this is just ridiculous. 20 years in UK, I haven't felt suffocated like this. And I'm just sitting here and I'm thinking, like, he's just taking my space, he's taking my energy. Like I'm like, I just couldn't believe it. And this is like, I haven't even, like with my ex-husband, I'm like, I like you. I was like screaming, he didn't get it. This guy, we just like tell him, thank him, like made him a coffee. And he's just like, he's inviting me for dinner. He's inviting me for a yacht trip. And I'm like, how did you like, what is this? What the fuck?
So Jono, bro, add this to your next topic list as well. To like maybe not next week, but another week. But like cross culture relationship. That would be a good one to talk about.
I think that's a brilliant.
No, it is. George, you brought up a really good one because actually there was one night me and Dilara, we actually chat about this like over some Baileys. We talked about, and this was something that Dilara taught me. You can't talk about relationship without talking about culture.
You
It's
can't.
true.
It's not possible.
It's very true, and I learned this from Dilara. It's very true, and like you can't talk about relationship unless you really understand about someone's culture, where they believe in sin. So this is something like this is a whole new topic we could talk about another night for sure. Like, but I absolutely, bro, you will get me. But sis, what you've just mentioned to me is like Turkish. It sounds like Turkish men have a lot of very commonality with Chinese men as well, and we have a lot of commonality.
Because you know, I mean, no doubt there's some amazing Turkish men, but this whole thing screaming it back at me, backing to me, I'm like, oh my god, this is what one of the reasons I ran away from you. This is why I never date with Turkish man. Like this is the one of the exact reasons I do not go out with Turkish man. I just don't.
Yeah, in Chinese we call this, in a terminology we call it like we have a thick face, like 面皮厚啊，太厚啊。Yeah, the face is too thick. It's like you got, no matter how much you slap that guy's face, he's not gonna back out. It's like, oh my gosh, it's very common. It's not just Turkish, Chinese guys as well. I'm telling you, a lot of Chinese guys.
It's shocking. Like, how did he come up with that? What did he think? And it's really hard for me as well, because I'm like, I'm teaching people about dating and relationships, and I just sit down and wrote everything down. Like, what the fuck did I do? Did I just say something? And I'm like, do you know what? This is not on me. I literally did not do anything on this. This is this guy's issue, not mine.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
but that's this is a good example for you, George.
Perfect. Absolutely spot on.
We could definitely talk about this in detail in the next one, man. For the next
just
time.
go to Kirsty's. Actually, I'm curious about this one. Dating doesn't really exist in UK culture, from my experience. People just match on Tinder, social media, meet up and have sex. Everyone states going on dates and whatnot after they have decided to be a thing. It's like sex first, get to know each other later. Kind of backwards, actually.
It depends where you meet. Tinder culture, 100%. Well, even that's probably unfair. I would say 99%, because some people like meeting Tinder, like it's good relationship. But if you meet in a friendship environment, if you meet in a social environment, that doesn't mean that you straight away you go and sleep with that guy. There's a lot of people, for example, they met through their friends. They actually socialize in big social groups before even they go on a date. And then they go on a date, they definitely don't sleep in the first date. So Tinder, Tinder is a meat market. That's what, it got worse and worse lately. But I don't want to write off even Tinder, because I know people met with people on Tinder that they're actually getting married, or they got married in the past. So I think UK culture still, I would say, one of the healthiest when it comes to men still do want to take women to dinner or to, like for drinks or something, without the intention to have sex.
Very much dependent.
I can talk with certainty, but I have gentlemen here, like probably, this is me having with the clients as well as my experience, but I'll pass it on to gentlemen that you guys can
go on, Jono.
put yourself.
Very much depending on where you meet. Like the Ara says, like social dating apps, that's pretty much the kind of expectation that's been fall upon onto those apps, which is a shame, by the way, because I do know friends that have gone, like there are great relationships, great marriages, even have kids and whatnot, and very healthy fruit from the apps. But also not going to write off the whole scene of where you meet these people, because I've also known friends that met or dated a few times from groups or social events, like rock climbing, for instance. There's usually a group of friends, and then normally you bring a few friends each time you come along, as they're always different. But you get to know, a group of friends, and then I've seen some groups of friends start dating through that way. Then you got gym, gym buddies and stuff. Sometimes it's common interest. You look after yourself, you're disciplined, and you have the right alignment, beliefs, and whatnot. And then generally form kind of attraction and dating, whatnot, as well. And it's not always just date and have sex, or have sex, whatever, and then get to know each other. It's actually just seeing each other and get to know each other a few times, even at just common activities before you even decide to go. I think I'm going to invite them to a coffee or a cake before we go any further, or go out for dinner or anything further, in the sense. So I very much believe romance is still alive. It just depends where you meet, and also it depends on the person as well, and where you are at with that journey of that person. So there's those are many factors that play into this.
Different apps has different purposes as well, by the way, I think.
Sure.
Tinder, the meat market thing doesn't really strive that much anymore. What I've been told by Tinder is a lot of people advertising their services, like check out my OnlyFans or come follow me on my Instagram. That.
Oh my god, that's worse.
That kind of stuff. It's changed a little bit now. Bumble is more hey, I've got a high-paying job. Hey, you know what? I've got a high-paying job too. Yeah, let's be buddies and go from there. Match.com. Wow. If you that's where you're really serious. It's like you want to skip past all the other bits and bobs and say, well, I want to get married. That's the kind of thing you got there. And then you've got the other apps, which I think I can't remember what it was. What's the one that you have to swipe on the person that has actually kind of been near you? I can't remember that. What happened? Is it? Yeah, it happened. Yeah, that's become more of like the Tinder that you was talking about now. So
I think the best one at the moment, Hinge.
What's that called?
Hinge.
Hinge. Yeah, Hinge.
Yeah, Hinge is okay actually. Hinge, like, it's more, people are more decent. Actually, like, you can have really good intellectual and interesting conversations. You can meet with really cool people there. It's one of the rare ones.
Kirsty said I tried Tinder once. Stop swiping left.
Oh, Kirsty, for your knowledge. Give me a break.
Oh, bless her. Yeah, so I think that's I agree with Jono. Romance is very much still alive, and I think if anything, I haven't been to. I've been to quite a lot of places around the world. I definitely think we're still, as far as tradition has moved on quite a bit. Say from the old times where you would try and court a lady. But it's definitely not dead over here. I mean, we are still very traditional in comparison to, say, LA, and it's all about the whole description of how to be a gentleman. In certain places, it doesn't matter which side of the sidewalk, say for example, a man should be walking. But over here, opening doors and stuff like that, I got a feeling it's still very much appreciated. Let me know if I'm
wrong. 100%.
Bro, I've been taught the gentlemanly way ever since I was young. I still do it to this day. I still open my doors for my ladies. I still open my doors for my ladies, no matter who they are. No matter who they are.
I did it today at your gym.
Yeah. No matter who they are. Whether it's Delara, my sister, anyone, my friends, I still open the door. And you know what? It's not even about, you know what? I understand why people say you should do it, because it's not even about a gentleman thing. It's an act of service. You know, when you're doing that, you feel good yourself, builds up some self-esteem and something. You know, it's like
It's a
I'm
selfish
opening this
activity.
door for, yeah. It's just
Yeah.
so. It's a good act to do, man. I've been taught that way, and I still do it. And I don't know if it's sexy or not, sis. You can tell me, but hey, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I do it for myself. I open the doors for people because it makes me feel good.
I tell you what,
That's the way I see it.
absolutely love it when men open the doors, and you know, like even cars let me go. It makes me feel like a woman, and I just really appreciate for men doing that. And I just feel I just have so much respect for men doing that, because to me, like you guys know that I hate real men because all men are real. But for me, that the guys that were actually gentlemen, oh, that's real man for me. Not gonna lie, you know, and that's kind of like manners, like anything and everything. It's awesome. I think.
So Kirsty said, I hate the awkward point where someone opens the door for you, but you're so far away, you got a half joke to make.
You're a weird half joke to not make them hold.
And Michael says, but these days feminists can be offended if you open the door. Hey, Michael, if they're so feminist that they get offended by me opening the door, they can. I'm more than happy to shut the door in their face. You know.
Michael, and so many guys that slammed the door on my face as well. That happened as well. But you guys be gentlemen, open the door, and doors, and me and Kirsty and many women that we appreciate and thank you guys. That it's just, you know, like we have to hold on to each other, you know. Like I don't care. Like even the guys who slammed the door, I still root for the guys who actually hold the doors for me. I just go like, oh, just such a gentleman, thank you. So let's hold on to each other. But I've got a really awkward question now. I don't know if I think you guys missed it. What do you think of those that date and speak with dolls, never answer back, I guess, forward?
Michael, I'm sure that's just a troll question, but we will answer it anyway. That's a troll question. We will answer it for the audience's sake. We will answer. We always deliver, right, Jono? We always deliver. But that's a fucking troll question. We know that.
You'd be surprised the weird shit.
No, knowing Michael, that's a troll question.
I'm gonna tell you, that some of the shit that they're into, grown up nappies.
Right. Okay. So let's answer the troll question. What do you think of those that date and speak with dolls? But
well, the thing is, it happens and it is existent, especially in Japan. Especially in Japan, because a lot of guys in Japan are very insecure, and also the dating world over there is very different as well. The culture has changed very much.
Absolutely.
And so there are guys who's so geeky and so nerdy and so introverted. They are so afraid to speak to a girl because they've been so hurt or rejected, or just the fear of rejection and failure is so ingrained in them that they're so disturbed that they would buy a doll or date a doll. Or
there's a term for them. The term is hikikomori.
Oh, I did not know that. Oh, bro, you sound very educated right there.
Well, there is a thing.
What was it?
Hikikomori. HIKIKOMORI.
You're very educated, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. You're very educated. Man.
Well, yeah.
There's actually that is actually a character.
No. Seriously, this is something I would love to share about Japanese culture in the next episode when we talk about cultural relationship. It's so fascinating. Yeah, it's so fascinating because you know, it's like me and my ex was such a huge Japanese culture fan that the weird stuff that we learn about Japanese culture and where they are today is just so screwed up. Entertaining as well to know, entertaining to listen to. But yeah, next time I'll share some really insightful stuff about Japanese culture. You guys will blow your minds out. It's like, what the hell?
I bet Dilara's just looking at the phone but he wasn't bullshitting. Hikikomori actually exists.
Oh my God, it's for real. It just made me sad though.
It is real, Dilara. It is real.
Yeah, it is. And there are actually people that they pay to try and get them to reintegrate into the community because they've been shunned out for so long.
It's it's
very sad. But
you know what's
it's true.
You know what? You're probably like marketing your business in the wrong country. You should market your business in Japan. You'd be high in demand, right there. So many Japanese men and women need your help, right there. So many. There's like relationship is non-existent in Japan right now. If you were to say any country, Japan right now is the only country out of the whole world, entire world, that relationship is non-existent. I kid you not. It's that bad. It's really that bad. So you know, Kirsty, you might think that UK, relationship is non-existent. At least there's still sex. Japan, there's no sex. That's how bad it is.
Unless it's porn.
It's like no people.
Unless it's porn, there's no sex.
There's no
Kawaii.
sex. At least there's still sex in UK. In Japan, there's no sex. That's how bad it is.
I mean, like the hikikomori out there actually fantasize not over human beings anymore. There is a category of animated porn called hentai. Yeah,
That's
and
dodgy.
It's cartoon porn, basically. It's just that's a huge fantasy over that side.
Yeah. You ever seen Sailor Moon?
Judge the fantasy.
That pretty much started it.
Yeah. This is something we could talk about for another time for sure. We could talk so much about culture. We could talk so much about culture and relationships.
Oh, I love the UK. Sex is so available.
Me too, Kirsty. Me too. Just don't tell my mom. Don't tell my mom.
I'm telling you, girlfriend. I don't want to see you anymore.
Michael, it's not cause it's not even that. It's a different Rule 34. What is Rule 34? Do enlighten me next time. What the hell is Rule 34?
What's going on? This is like a proper late night conversation.
Well, I must say it is. Oh my gosh, I need to keep.
It's past 1 already. I didn't even realize the time. Jesus.
I need to keep my.
Last what time it is here?
3:17 a.m. I'm guessing, Dilara.
4.
17 past 4.
Yeah.
Oh my!
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, the head.
We can end this anytime now.
Yeah.
I'm awake.
She is very on the ball right now.
Firstly, it's called kawaii.
But I do need to keep my voice down now, okay? Because my families are sleeping.
I can show you the links of Reddit if you must, but
oh my god!
Send it.
But
Kirsty, you're gonna ruin Dilara.
Reddit. What was that? Rule 34. Let me check it.
I think probably now is a good time to end it as well. It's a good
I think we got to a good point. And then next time we could talk about boundaries.
Yeah.
What even the theme was this one? Sensitive? It was starting off with
there was no theme. There was no theme.
There was no theme, was there? It was like cross mismatch.
I think it's really good for the ladies, especially because
there was a lot of sensitive stuff we covered this time.
Of internal kind of words of men. And it's kind of not a bullshit coaching selling kind of men like this, but it's just a real stuff. So comments were actually like pretty much all the ladies. I mean, you know, they're saying that this was really educational. This was really helpful. Like
So
now,
tonight's, if I was to say tonight's theme, majority of tonight's theme really was just about men, like what's going on in a man's mind, the world in a man's mind. That was really it. That was tonight's theme.
Ooh,
We
the
didn't intentionally plan that. It just kind of went that way.
The world of the man's thoughts. That sounds
Yeah,
good.
that was tonight's theme. The inside of a man's world, which I hope it served you ladies out there. You know, I hope it
For
served
sure.
you.
As
But
always.
yeah, men are simple creatures. Men are very simple creatures. You don't need
Yeah,
to
that's
overcomplicate things. You know, there's if you YouTube a video about the difference
It's
between
not about the nail.
no, not that one. There's if you ladies, if you YouTube I can't remember the name of it, but it's basically a talk about the difference between how a man's brain work versus a woman's brain work. Okay,
Okay.
and like the man, like a woman's brain, they're like wired. Is all, everything is connected to everything, and a man's brain is like boxes. Like we have compartments. If you just YouTube something like that, and you'll find it, it's a funny talk. Or hopefully, if Jono finds it, or if I find it, we'll post it as
Shall I
a
show it
link.
now?
Yeah, we'll post it as a link
Yeah,
for
do it.
you guys now.
I can
It's
show it on here
so
now.
funny. It's so funny. You got it? Show it, man. Show it.
Let me just load it.
That just basically illustrates perfectly how a man's brain works, like compared to a woman. Like sometimes we have something called the nothing box, and I totally love the idea of a nothing box. Like what George says, like, what are you thinking about?
But you know
I
what
don't know.
we like as when we have this idea that men's brain and mind could be so this mystical, complicated, amazing, fascinating, like they thinking about this crazy stuff, but they thinking, oh, should I get this car? Should I get that car? And we just thinking like you guys like go to different worlds and different places. We just want you guys to have a very complicated mind for some reason. We put too much pressure on you guys, but you guys saying that we're not
We're simple.
stop it, but get off
Yeah.
our back. Just get off.
Yeah, we're very
Sometimes,
simple.
Delara,
Easy, what's complicated?
sometimes, Delara, it isn't even about thinking about what car to get. We literally think about nothing. But don't get out of our vibe when we're thinking about nothing.
Yeah.
We literally, you know, when a guy asks a girl, "Hey, is something wrong? Is something wrong? Can I help at all?" and you say nothing, it normally means something. For guys, it actually just means nothing. It just means, you know, I am in brain farts mode. Let me fart in peace with my brain.
So sometimes, so for most of the time, not all the time, but for most of the time, when you ask the guys like, "What's wrong?" I was like, "Nothing." What are you thinking about? Nothing. Believe we mean it's nothing.
It's gotta be
Oh god.
Okay, so this should
Here
be
we
loaded.
go. Here we go. The nothing box. There we go.
hang out. Yes, it's
God.
like I finished my wine. It's like 4:22 here. I'm hanging out with you guys. I love it. This is a bit offensive though, this video.
Brains. All right. Now, men's brains are very unique. Men's brains are made up of little boxes.
Can you put the volume up, Jono?
We have a box for everything. We've got a box for the car. We've got a box for the money.
Okay, let me start again.
Women's brains and how they're very different from each other. Now, I want to start with men's brains. All right. Now, men's brains are very unique. Men's brains are made up of little boxes. And we have a box for everything. We've got a box for the car. We've got a box for the money. We've got a box for the job. We've got a box for you. We've got a box for the kids. We've got a box for your mother somewhere in the basement. We got everything. And the rule is the boxes don't touch. When a man discusses a particular subject, We go to that particular box. We pull that box out. We open the box. We discuss only what is in that box. All right? And then we close the box and put it away, being very, very careful not to touch any other boxes. Now, women's brains are very, very different from men's brains. Women's brains are made up of a big ball of wire. And everything is connected to everything. The money's connected to the car, and the car's connected to your job, and your kids are connected to your mother, and everything's connected to everything. It's like the internet superhighway. Okay? And it's all driven by energy that we call emotion. It's one of the reasons why women tend to remember everything. Because if you take an event and you connect it to an emotion, it burns in your memory and you can remember it forever. The same thing happens for men. It just doesn't happen very often because, quite frankly, we don't care. Women tend to care about everything. And she just loves it. Okay? Now, men, we have a box in our brain that most women are not aware of. This particular box has nothing in it.
Oh my god.
In fact, we call it the nothing box. And of all the boxes a man has in his brain, the nothing box is our favorite box. If a man has a chance, he'll go to his nothing box every time. That's why a man can do something seemingly completely brain dead for hours on end. You know, like fishing. Now, they've actually measured this. The University of Pennsylvania a couple of years ago did a study and discovered that men have the ability to think about absolutely nothing and still breathe. The wires and stuff like that, much of brain activity, then all of a sudden, I think he's dead. Huh? You know, women can't do it. They can't do it. Their minds never stop. And they don't understand the nothing box. It's crazy. Because nothing drives a woman more crazy or makes you feel than to witness a man doing nothing.
And that is so true. That is so true. There we go, ladies. There we go.
Says I can multitask also, and it pisses people off around. And then he says, "I'm a woman, shit, I can't stop thinking."
Right? Women can't stop thinking, and men just like to just go into shutdown mode. Just shut down. No operation.
It's called the Apple grey screen. You ever seen the Apple grey screen? Yeah, that's what we're doing.
It's
Oh
fascinating.
gosh. I mean, like, no, just as to
Kirsty made me laugh out loud. No offense, guys.
Does forgetting to breathe count as a nothing box?
We actually do that sometimes. You ever heard like okay, so Kirsty, you sound like you're quite an experienced lady with quite a few men underneath your belt, or maybe just one or two. So I'm gonna go and let
George, you're brave. You're brave, George.
I'm gonna go in like right here, no lube, nothing, just going straight in. Anyway,
Brave.
yeah.
You're very brave.
Have you ever heard that your partner of the night sleeping next to you, snoring, stops? So he's like making that snoring noise, stops completely, and you're thinking he's dead, and then he starts snoring again.
Yeah.
That is a guy forgetting how to breathe. He is subconsciously entering into the nothing box, and then he is
Oh God, George, you just made my night. You just made my night. Oh my
and then
God.
that is the definition of the nothing box.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, like,
You just made
don't
my
worry,
night.
Kirsty.
Even
Don't
I
worry,
didn't know
Kirsty.
that. I don't snore, but you just made
I
my
go
night.
in hard. Don't worry. No, it's all good.
That's
Oh my gosh. No, seriously, that is the main takeaway for tonight. Like, that's the difference between man and woman. We are totally wired differently. We're just
Yeah.
our brain capacity wise, we're just wired differently. So
Delora, have you ever had that?
and stop reading.
When he's snoring next to you, clear as day, like you're thinking, like, okay, he's not ever gonna stop. I can't sleep because of that noise, and then all of a sudden, he stops snoring and he doesn't breathe.
Yeah.
That's the nothing box.
Well, that's
Seriously.
A good thing. This is nothing box because I just think that he's freaking dead or something, and then so then I rather that he goes into nothing box than like to the other world. So
But you know the funny thing is, sis, you know this, right? When you and I are together, when I'm at your place and we're just talking and chatting, you know when I'm in my nothing box.
I'm not. Where the fuck did it go now?
But that's the funny thing. You know when I'm in my nothing box. You just know that. You know, it's like you're talking to me, and I'm listening, and then suddenly I'm not listening.
Because you just look blank, and I'm like,
yeah, I'm just blank. She knows this. She knows this.
Where the hell you went again?
Like sometimes, like we're talking, we can talk about something so deep, and I'm listening, and then suddenly she's like, "Oh, he's not listening." And like I just suddenly, for some odd reason, unintentional, I just tune into my nothing box because there was just so much information. I just couldn't process it. and you know this firsthand, sis. You know this.
Something my said to sorry, go.
No. Go ahead, Delara. I was just gonna say something completely nonsense. Don't worry about it.
It's okay. Like I remember, like my ex-husband used to say to me a few times. Like, I used to talk, and I was like, "Are you there?" He'll be like, "Huh?" I was like, "What did I say last?" And he's like, "I don't know." I was like, "Are you listening?" He's like, "No." I was like, "Where are you?" I don't know. Like, I just switched off, and I was like, "Where did you switch off?" He's like, "I have no idea. At one point, I just switched off. I stopped probably listening for about 3 minutes." And I'm like, "Oh my God."
That's the nothing box for you.
Yeah. So for Kirsty,
but the funny thing, you guys can't pretend. That's what makes me laugh. Like when you
No,
guys
we openly admit that we can't.
No, we can't.
blank.
It's like a virus. You know, it's like a virus. It just pops up. Like you know when you go into some websites. You know when you go into some certain website and you see some pop-ups, you just get pop up. That's what happens to us. Sometimes we're listening, and just like pop up, nothing box. Pop up, nothing box. It's like we can't help it. We just can't help it. So don't take it personal, ladies.
Your eyes go blank on the face as well, like your eyes go blank.
Nah, Kirsty, for all the ladies listening, don't take it personal. If your men are not listening, it's just don't take it personal. It's not that we don't care. It's just that sometimes the information is so overwhelming. It's just like nothing box just pops up. It's like it's a pop up, right? It's like we can't help it.
I can't remember when, but I did the same thing with Pauline at one point. And she even said, "Are you present?" I was just like, "Nope." let me readjust to be present. Just give me 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Like,
so sometimes
I openly admitted, she was like, "Are you present?" Because it doesn't feel like it. Or, she didn't even say because it didn't feel like it. She just knew. So it was just like, "Are you present?" I was just like, "Nope." Let me readjust. 5 minutes. I'll be back.
I got a good
Jono,
idea.
Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
No, you first.
I was like, Jono, you have, but I don't know how you did this. You actually mastered the poker face after nothing box. Because the thing is, Ick, you work with this guy, so you know exactly what he's like. Can he not look like he's actually paying attention to you, but actually he's not there at all? You know, no. Wow,
Jono's a
he looks
master
like
at this. Yeah. Jono's a master at this.
Yeah, he's got that poker face where basically,
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm just monitoring this whole thing tonight. I got a feeling that at least tonight he would have had at least a minute or two of nothing today.
I'll be fully present this evening or this
What?
morning. This morning.
So here's an idea for you, Jono. Another topic we could talk about one night on your chat show is the not about the nothing box, but like just
being present.
I lost it. Shit. Should have just said it before. Can't remember. See, this is a nothing box happening. Like I can't even fucking remember.
Disconnected box, more like.
Error 404.
Oh gosh, you guys keep talking. It will come back to me. You guys.
When women make love, do they touch each other's boxes? Well, it depends on how good the guy is. I mean, Kirsty would be probably again the first. I'm not dropping your L's at you.
You're brave.
Name dropping it.
Brave.
not throwing no shade at you at all, my love. But yeah, it depends. I mean, like if the guy is actually really good, probably she'll be quite excited. But if the guy is just as grey as, well, not Christian Grey, but really Norman Grey, then yeah, she probably would be thinking, well, going into your nothing box, thinking about shopping and recycling bags and.
Okay,
I remember. I have to say this. I remember now.
Okay. Kirsty will come to live now, and she's like really like.
If you leave it again.
Yeah. So one of your topic of the night we could talk about is understanding men, like just understanding men, like how they work, how they think, and all of that. Just understanding men for the ladies, and then we could do one for understanding women as well, which I'm sure Dilara, my sis, can share a lot of insight about. And then we could bring on a female guest speaker as well on that night. That'd be great.
I vote Kirsty.
Maybe Kirsty.
Yeah,
I vote Kirsty.
We all volunteer Kirsty up, so that's a vote up.
Oh, that'd be great.
I'm waiting for her to throw the shade at me.
You can do it privately. We'll leave that. We'll keep this.
You know, a lot of wows there. I haven't seen her writing that. If I was you,
the line has been crossed, my friend.
So Kirsty, this is my favor. Please do me a favor, okay, Kirsty? Please write down that story, that funny story of your friend. Please write it down right now before you forget. And then please share it with us the next time Jono have you online as a guest. Please do that as a favor for me, okay? Okay.
writing it now.
Yeah, Kirsty, keep that story for next time you come on live, and then share it with us then.
Yeah, please write the story down now so that you don't forget what the story is about.
Yeah, knowing how she would forget, so write it down now.
It's okay, Kirsty. I'm all good. I'm all down for a bit of shade of yellow. No pun intended. At all.
No, we have to get Kirsty live, like no doubt
We
about
have
it.
to get Kirsty live. Kirsty,
Yeah.
you're just so funny, man. I love you so much. I'm already loving you. I would love to have a bottle of wine with you today.
I've got a funny feeling that that's going to be like Jono and Kirsty's show. Like we'll be all kicked out. Like we'll be like,
You know what? I can already predict what's gonna happen when Kirsty comes live. Me and Delara is just gonna shut up, and we're just gonna listen.
yeah.
Kirsty's a pro streamer. She's
So
good
what?
at this.
Wait, what?
She's a streamer.
You live next week. That's what they're saying, Kirsty.
There's no joke.
There's no joke.
There's no joke. You're the guest of next week.
You're the guest of next
Yeah.
week. Like
there's no
George is for this week. You're the guest of next week.
We're just talking about you being awesome.
Yeah. We're just
No,
saying how much we love you. And
No,
it'll
I'll
be
be here, but I won't be talking. It's gonna be you. You're the main person.
yeah, Delara and I will still be here to keep you company. Don't worry. But you'll be
We'll
doing
be in the background. You're going to do the main talking. You're full of stories. We want to hear all about it.
All right, Kirsty, you're getting pro at it.
Well, I'm definitely Wednesday League compared to you, Kirsty.
George did amazing today.
Well, thank you so much, Delara.
George, thank you so much for coming on tonight.
Thank you for your setup as well, by the way.
No, seriously, you've added some banter to my day. I love that, and also you share some great wisdom that I take away with, and it cannot be discounted. So I love you so much. Thank you for coming on.
For sure.
Love you, man. Love you, man. Thank you.
I'll be seeing you guys next week anyway. I'll be hitting up the
Yeah, of
comments.
course.
Yeah. And I'm very sorry, Kirsty, if you did get in a little bit bruised. It's all banter. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's all banter tonight. It's all banter.
Yeah, she knows it. She knows it. You're good. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Thank you very much for having me on, guys. And it's been absolutely fantastic.
Thank you,
you,
George,
Mike.
for coming on.
Thank you for coming.
It's all
Great
good.
to have you on, bro. Sharing your stories.
Okay. No problems. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys later.
See you.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
And see you all next week.
See you
Yep.
guys next
Next Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. I have another guest. I can't remember who I was supposed to have. I have someone. What am I talking about next Wednesday? Let's have a look. Next Wednesday, I've got a late chat show with Mr. Chris McCluckey, who is going to be talking about what images and graphics stops people on social media.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
Pretty interesting.
So thumb-stopping images or
That will be
meme
interesting.
graphics.
I would
So,
love to know.
Sounds super cool.
how to catch people's eyes on social media.
Awesome.
Anyway, thank you all for joining us for Jono's late chat show with Delara and Ik for joining me on this Friday evening. And we have gone over 4 hours instead of 3.
Tonight was fun. Tonight was really fun.
Tonight was really fun.
It's 5 hours, 11 minutes.
Wow. Wow.
So thank you all for tuning in, supporting us. This show would not be happening without you guys. So thank you all for the support. And we'll see you next Wednesday at 9:30 p.m.
Yeah, see you guys next week.
Bye.
Bye.